And away we go.
Okay, I just got a response. He said he's just polishing something really quick. Waiting till the last second like it's a school day.
Gross.
Got your homework due.
Brother, I'm presenting in 2 hours and my presentation isn't even close to done.
Oh my gosh, you people.
I told you I'm fucking busy this weekend. This is your fault.
Oh my God. You had...
I was out of town. I got horribly sunburned.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I apologize on behalf of the sunburning.
Yeah, you better. I'll have something. Probably be like 10 minutes of content, but I'll have something. We can just talk for a while.
Someone asked you a question, Stormy.
What?
Someone asked, safe to assume Writer's Workshop is back this week.
Probably. Unless I die. I'll do my best not to.
Can we watch Skibbity Toilet while we wait? No. Nope. Streaming a whole episode of Smiling Friends was a treat for those that were here, but we're not doing Skibbity.
Why not? Because this is an 18+ server.
Yeah, and Skibbity Toilet is only for mature 40-year-olds. So we can't watch that all. We're too young.
Well, that's verifiably false.
You have to have
I speak from a position of authority on this subject.
You have to have a very high IQ to understand Skibbity Toilet, and our small developing minds cannot understand Skibbity Toilet, so it's okay. That's gross. You're gross. You know who you are. You know who I'm talking about. I'm giving the people who are polishing up, I'll give them just 10 minutes, because I'm nice.
Yay. Wait, what happens at the end of 10 minutes? Do you kill them?
I'll tell them to just go. Go with what they have, please.
Gotcha. Sorry about that.
Oh my gosh, this guy just DM'd me. We'll be there at 12 EST. It's 4 past 12 EST.
I think it's time to kill
Some
them.
Subway Surfers gameplay on the side. You know, I guess I'll keep you all entertained. Let's talk about what's the favorite thing that you guys have seen so far from day 1 and 2. What was your biggest thing? What did you like seeing the most? Don't say that. Don't say that.
It was you, Lurker.
No, it wasn't.
Everyone admires your luxurious Jufro.
You guys are so gross. Like theology talk during academia. You know, I'll be honest with you guys. I expected that to go way worse with some of you, but you guys were respectful, so thank you.
Which one?
I don't know if you remember this, Starman. This is like years ago now, gosh. But do you remember Wholesome Monster Girl Academia and when that was spammed like every couple days in Snoot House? You probably don't.
Wholesome, is that the like Christian-ish, like the
yeah,
like Christian Monster Girl BN?
Yeah, I invited that guy to come and show it off.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yeah, and he actually did show up, so I was happy.
Oh shit. Well, that's
and
cool.
He talked a little bit about it. He said Snoot Game did have some influence on the project, so I consider that Snoot Game adjacent enough.
Hell yeah. Is he still like hard at work at it, or?
Yeah. Basically a one-man team. He has like some artists, but he's like the lead writer and programmer besides that.
Okay. Nice. I was unable to handle the purity of heart the man had. My sins crawled down my back watching. Good.
Okay,
go to church.
I apologize. We're gonna be a little delayed because the group that went first apparently thought they were confused by time scheduling and they thought they were going in an hour and not now.
Oh.
But it's not on me. I double checked. I told them they're going now, and they didn't understand.
It was your fault. Entirely.
It's not my fault. But I'm gonna be nice to them. I'll let them finish up whatever they have to do first. As long as it's not too much. I even gave them the schedule. They can see that they go first on it. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be angry at them. Okay, they asked for just 10 more minutes. I guess I'll talk a little bit about how the event has gone so far. I felt really bad on day one because for when Caveman On was showing off stuff, more specifically Nerd, I think we nearly got 90 people.
Mm-hmm.
We nearly got like 90 people, and then when he was done, it dropped to like 60.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, I'm not too surprised, but hey, I did feel bad for those that came after him, that they didn't get quite the same audience.
You can't do anything about that. That happens. It's like going to I mean, you've gone to conventions and stuff. You know, when you go to a panel, it's like you'll have one panel where it's packed to the gills. And then whatever is scheduled next is just not as interesting, and like 70% of the people leave. Or like, you know, the room is like quarter full or something. You can't do anything about it. It's like, obviously Nerd is the bigger scope creator, and I actually, if you look at it from kind of a better angle, there are people that wouldn't have shown up to either, but ended up sticking around for the second one because Nerd came first. So, you know, honestly, even though there was a drop, I'm guessing that if Nerd hadn't presented, the number that would probably be less than 60 for the follow-up.
That might be true. That might be true.
Yeah. I mean, the few times I've done presentations and stuff and these types of things, usually when my slot comes up, it fucking drains. It goes to like 10 people. They're like, oh no, Starman's yapping again. I don't give a shit. And they'll leave.
Well, okay, all you little snooters. Starman is before really, really, really awesome, cool stuff. So you have to sit through it.
You have to sit through it. I will close the doors when my presentation starts. If you're not there, you don't get in.
Incoming free projects. I mean, I guess I'm more surprised that there's a lot of paid projects, honestly. I mean, like, maybe off the top of my head, when Devlog said they were gonna put it out for money, that did kind of surprise me. But I think overall, I'm just surprised by how many projects there are. Period. Like, just that. Oh yeah, by the way, I saw some people like, oh, why didn't you save Caveman On for last? I didn't tell Nerd when he had to present. That was his decision. He told me I'm gonna go at this time, and that put him first. Oh, by the way, we have a celebrity in the chat. I want everyone to know that we have a celebrity right now, a very famous person, the creator of Dancing with the whatever, I forget what it's called, but he is here, so everyone please be nice to him.
Well, how could we not be nice to him if it's the creator of Dancing with the whatever?
Yeah, I forget what
it's called. Esteemed something.
Yeah, Dancing Towards Tomorrow, yeah.
Oh!
Dancing Towards Tomorrow is here, so I want everyone to please be respectful. Because we have a celebrity here.
Yes, Dances with Wolves.
Oh, you're the guy making the remake. Oh. I feel like I've had my fill on lore related to Dancing Towards Tomorrow. It's the more I learn about it, the worse it gets. I'll say this though, and I'm self-reporting a little bit here, but we should have more snakes. We should have more snakes in Snoot game. That's all I'm gonna say. We should have more snakes.
Someone is a fan of the snitties.
Hey, there's something else about that, but I'm just saying. I think we should have more snakes.
Hmm. You know
snakes
that
are genetically inferior, well, they're the only reptiles still alive real life. So
you know
the dinosaurs are all dead. We still have snakes.
But you know that the serpent is the symbol of the devil.
Tug's collar.
You're telling me that you're willing to jeopardize your soul for some snitties?
I'm just saying, I think they look cute. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. You know who else thought they looked cute? Eve. And look where that got us.
Oh, you haven't missed anything. The first person is a little late on starting.
We're just
so
yapping.
I'm being nice and giving them some time to finish up. This does mean if your project has a snake in it, I am instantly biased towards it, by the way, and I will give it special favors. Yo, okay, you know, that reminds me, Adam, I want everybody's opinion. When it comes to Snake Girls and Snoot, would you prefer it like how they did it, where it's literally, you know, they just have like a snake tail, they don't have legs, or would you prefer they have legs, like a more like how most furries draw them? Please start debating. Please have some blood brawls over this, please. Please start hating people over their opinions.
Oh hell yeah. I know, I'm personally of the opinion the further away from like a normal anthropomorphized look that you go, the weirder it gets. Like, I could see the appeal of something like, what is it, from XCOM? The snake people from that. That's okay. Like, if they got the tail and, like, arms and whatever, that's probably okay. But again, it's like, the further you stray from God's design, the weirder it usually gets.
Well, wouldn't God's design be, don't give them legs?
Well, but then they wouldn't have arms. God, I wish that was me. Oh.
You know, I'm an enlightened centrist on this. I think if you're gonna put a snake girl in Snoot, or something Snoot adjacent, it would probably fit better if they had legs, just thematically. But my personal opinion is I think I prefer, personally, no legs. I think that looks like a better design.
That's like Punish Nomar. What about if they had legs but no arms?
That would just be cursed. I don't know what else to say. At that point, it is just literally a snake.
It's like a reverse mer person, where it's just human legs and then just the fish head.
Okay, we are ready to start. I've just been told the first team is ready to go. So, let me inaugurate Day 3 of Snoot Con 2026. Also the final day. I want to thank everyone for showing up, and I hope it's been worth the wait. Let me invite up Tavern Igloo is their name. Invite to speak. Did you guys get the invites to speak? If you didn't, just request it. Not you. Not you, random person. All right. Are you guys ready or not? Oh, there you go. They really should they should make a feature where I can just pull people up here. Like I don't need their consent. There should be an unconsensual speaker button. You know what? Super Blue Shift, come up hold on, wait. How do okay. There's this little button. There should be this little button that's it looks like a hand, right? You click that little button. Someone who's in the audience, take a screenshot of the button for these guys. Yeah, click that. If you guys hold on. I'm gonna ping you. Can't click the button.
Who is it that you're trying to add? What's her name?
DEIV, and I can't pronounce their names, but is it because they're Teheed? I don't know.
Let's find out. No, not
just remove the Teheed from one of them.
Maybe. Try it now, Div. I think I pushed the button.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
What's up?
They need to Discord verify their ID, apparently.
I tried manually verifying them. Let's try again. I just did a right-click verify.
Uh-oh.
Try it again, Div. I mean, that's the person I did it to. I just manual verified him.
Hope that works.
We'll see. Who's the other one?
Fajota? I think that's how you pronounce it.
Fajota? Sounds like a slur.
Feijoada.
Fejoda.
Let me join.
Oh, is it this person with the shortened name because of streaming? Oh my god.
Blue Shift, why don't you entertain us for a second, Blue Shift? Because you requested to speak. Why not? Entertain us.
Yes, it looks like it would be pronounced Feyoda. Feyoada.
Well, I'm retarded, so it's okay. I can mispronounce things.
Look, I hate to bother this convention, but Starman Super, did I happen to leave my wallet on your nightstand?
No. You did not.
That's okay.
Sorry, you're gonna have to check with one of your other numerous boyfriends.
Happened.
He's gonna be here all night, folks.
Streamer mode.
Yes, I am.
So disable that. Stupid thing is still shortening. Did I not save it?
Okay, are either of you able to? Oh wait, okay, there we go.
Oh.
Okay, thank you, Blue Shift. You can say a slur
Howard
before
Stern's
you leave if you
penis.
want. There we go. Yes.
Sorry about the trouble.
How about
No
this?
problem. No,
What
it's.
I was expecting to happen.
How about this other one, Diev? Are they still having trouble?
It looks like he's still
verifying.
blocked.
He's still verifying his work.
Okay. We did everything we
Apologies
can
to
on
the
our end.
audience.
Yeah.
He told me that I can start if you guys want.
Are you okay with
Sure.
that? I'm willing to wait.
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
bit.
Considering the delay, I want that.
Okay.
Okay. He can. You can't get a refund. I'm sorry. He can. As soon as he's able to request it, I'll pull him up. But if you want to start, you can do that now.
I'll do that. I'll do it. So can I screen share?
Yes.
already, or-
Yes. Go right ahead. Take over.
Please do.
So sorry for the delay. We had some issues we were not expecting to happen, but we are the Tavern Igloo studio with only 2 people, but we're trying our best to do at least a fan game, but trying to make it fun for everyone. Our game is mostly some mix with romance and comedy. We're trying like our best to make them really complement each other since the story revolves around Scott, which is he really loves cars, but he is really shy. He thinks a lot but talk too little, and he comes back to his hometown, right? And then he meets Julie, but he also notices that he has an issue he that he needs to overcome. Sorry about the stuttering. We are not native speakers of English, so it's kind of hard, but we're trying. So uh, when he first meets Julie, he gets this sense of familiarity, which is because they don't remember yet, but they're like childhood friends, and that sense of familiarity is something that pulls them closer each episode. The story mostly goes about it's like every chapter is something new because Julie has a script she wants to write, but she gets her inspirations in helping people out and stuff like that. Considering that their town, Little Apple Town, the name, it's quite small, about 30,000. Almost everyone knows everyone. So we're expecting to bring in those stories something like a, a huge, lots of different chapters, so we can build something that it's fun, but usually it's not that deep. It's something that we're trying to we're trying to bring a sense of like that anime with 12 episodes that you watch and you really like it and you wish it would have a second season. We're trying to bring that vibe. The world building we did is kind of inspired in Bully from the PlayStation 2, the game. Some about the vibes or the aesthetics of the year of 2015 and 2016. Not that modern, but not that old either. That's our current world building. We we're trying to think some more stuff to put into, but we're still discussing about the demo. Just to it's not fully finished, but we estimate that in about 2 or 3 days, we're ready to send the mega file so you guys can download and play it and give us the feedback. What could we change? And a lot of stuff. Here's the talking about our UI. This is our menu, but we think we should change, but it's something else that we're still discussing. But there's something possibly can change, possibly can stay. It will stay in loop, as you can see, these little animations. It's simple, really. The purpose of the game is being simple and focused on the stories that Julie and Scott will live together while slowly developing them in a more close way and also developing other characters. Here's some CGs we have and some scenes of the gameplay. Like we have Dimitri, which is Maxwell's dad. Maxwell's being this huge T-Rex here. We have Julie making her peace sign because she's like, oh, I'm just a cute girl. That's the vibe we wanted to give her. Scott, which is our protagonist, he's really just a simple guy trying to be the best he can, do the best he can. And here's Eugene, which is kind of sarcastic and she loves teasing others, which is a good thing because if she teases you, it means that she actually cares about you, but she will never say that. So here we have some stuff about Julie, which is her personality. As I said, she's innocent, kind of brings that cute girl vibe, brings that, oh, wait, I'm just a girl. We're trying to make her being a bit more playful and romantic, but that part of being romantic, we are trying to we're trying to push further into the story. Her appearance, as we can see here earlier, she has a long blonde hair. Uh, she has that maybe a Gyaro style, if we can say. We took some inspiration in Marin Kitagawa, but not too much. She is like our original character. It has a bit of inspiration, mostly I think just the style of talking. We have some fun facts about her that we will also uh, do put in the story, which we're still, as I said, we're still trying to find out how we will do it. And also there's some sketches. As you can see, she didn't change too much. She had this little jacket wrapped around her hips, but we decided that it wasn't necessary, so we took it out. as you can see, we tried to bring like the shading so her colors were more vibrant considering the background, so it will be really unique. Here's Scott, which is, as I said, he's just a guy, but I like to think about him as my little Chad creation. And as I said, he has a past with Julie, and he was quite a troublemaker as we were brainstorming about his past. He really thinks he's funny, but he's he kinda is, but that's mostly on his head. He tries his best, as I said. He, in considering his appearance, just his jacket, which we sorry, which we took some inspiration from a Dragon Ball cover. We thought, yeah, that would fit the character. We have the some earphones and his iPod. It's just for style. We like to say. Here we have Maxo Mikael Maximi. He is like the complete opposite of Scott. Like if Scott thinks a lot, Maxwell don't think before talking. He talks to everyone he meets, anyone, even if it's something that someone that his friends doesn't like, he will still talk to them because yeah, I'm just I'm just that guy. I like to talk to everyone. That's like the vibe we were trying to bring to him. His appearance, he of course he is tall, charming, handsome. It's not about his appearance, but he's rich. He is like the the most handsome guy I've ever seen in the world, and he totally didn't pay me to say this. It's just for the record. I did it because I wanted. I wrote this because I wanted, just so you know. But that's mostly all of him. We have some fun facts about him. He really likes. In the end, we we plan to possibly make a scene about this. That when he gets in his limousine, he he asks the driver to play in the end, and we are trying to figure out how to get that into story and make it fun. You can see, he got some inspiration from Fred from Scooby Doo. You can also see here. I will show you later. But in the Richie Boy, Richie Rich, I guess it's the name in English. Sorry, he took some inspiration by being extremely wealthy. Fred, it was more like the hair and everything, but the overall he's based on the 80s sitcom character. Mostly that's it, and one thing he really loves badminton. His sketch also almost every single one. He didn't he didn't change a lot like the others. The others also didn't change too much. So he had this badminton. I think it's shuttlecock. The name in English. Sorry, his this racket in his hand, but we decided that it it would look weird that he would be carrying this around at every single moment, so we decided to take it off. Here we have a fun fact we like to reference. This double jacket we remember we thought it about because I think it's Carlton from the Amazing World of Gumball. The game overall has a lot of references. We had some fun time designing them and putting them in the game, but there's some stuff involving him, his family, just some fun facts that doesn't really affect the story, but it's something that make you laugh. And that's my kind of personal favorite. It's Eugene. Well, as I said, if she if she teases you, she probably cares about you, but she will never say. She is albino, which is and she's albino. She is half Korean, but she has that goth style. She really loves playing guitar. She had a band. The group was disbanded, but she still played sometimes just to keep her talent as sharp as she could. And she took some inspiration from Indominus Rex about the albino part. About her clothes, we took some inspiration on these jackets and that golf style. We tried to mix them. We really liked the way it became. It's it fits her. I don't know. Maybe it's because we already done it, but it fits her really well. We like to think her personality is a bit of sorry, I forgot the name. It wasn't me that chose this. And a bit of the Grinch, because she really likes playing prank on others and stuff. As I said, her model and the others didn't change a lot since the first sketch, which it remains the same as I said. The shading to make the colors more vibrant and everything that this would be a color, but we decided to give her a dog tag. I think that's the name of this. I don't remember correctly. And we just said, yeah, that would look cool and it would fit her really well. And kind of that's it. We maybe did that in a rush since we hadn't thought too much about what we could say about the world building. Since we're a studio with only two people, we had some challenges that been some hard time in in making the characters, the backgrounds, and everything else. That was like only two people. We had some stuff to do outside, only focusing on this. We wish we could focus only on this, and we were really trying to get a feedback, any feedback, if it's bad, if it's good, if it's perfect, which I personally think it will not, because it's our first project. It all started mostly as a joke between us. Like Dave just texted me and said, "Hey, do you want to do a game, to develop a game?" And I said, "You know what? Ah, fuck it." And we started, but as we were developing the game, we said, "Yeah, let's try and make it something that others can play, something that we can actually do, and maybe make people laugh, maybe uh, have some people see our work, and kind of that's it, the sole purpose." And that's why it's a very simple story, it's a very simple world building, it's very everything, it's very simple, because we as I said, it's our first project, and we're hoping to improve for future project, future chapters, and everything else. Sorry, sorry. So we're hoping to get some questions. If someone wants to ask something, we're open to answer anything. We will answer.
Uh, uh, can you hear me? Okay. Uh, but what he talked isn't the end of the game. Uh, we have plans to send the demo this week, and there she's gonna release it this week, and gonna include all characters and teachers, uh, another another characters, expressions. This uh, this slideshow is just to show about the characters and small interactions between them.
I'm going to answer Maxwell. Actually, our criteria is to someone that can join and help us. We actually, at the moment, don't have a Discord server, so we can fully get this sorted out. But we, in this project, we are not spending any money since we don't have lots of money to invest. And the skinny is bought because actually he just think it's cool. It looks cool, and I just went through it. And we also don't have any support pages because we're feeling like we don't want the money. We want to do something by ourselves and something that feels good about doing. We are planning to create a server, but that's really in the future. We are trying to first thing first do sort everything out, the backgrounds, the CGs, the characters, the story, world building, and stuff.
So
Cars will be. Oui?
someone asked about a car race, and they're gonna be a race, but instead of a race of cars, gonna be a race of bikes between Scott and another character called Peter.
And we race a lot of cars. I don't think we have plans for that yet, but we have some stuff involving cars that we really want to add. Since I this. Mostly it's a project we did because we really love the first thing we liked about was that both of us had no experience in developing games, especially visual novels. But we just started learning along the way, and we're still learning until now. And we really like that because maybe in the future we can do something even better for you. Who makes the art? It's Dave. Dave makes the art. I give some ideas, some pointers. I I try to code, but it's kind of it works, but it's not that that clean when you look at it.
So someone said if gonna be arts on Oro. I mean, we can launch there a few arts about the characters like Julian and Scott.
Yeah, we have some, but we're not sure if if you guys want to see, so we didn't put on the presentation.
Before we move on from this slide, I don't know if I'm looking too far into this, but why does this chick have the phrase egg looked up on her phone?
That's Scott.
That
Scott is calling because in her desk it's his iPod, and he took from him.
Ah,
she, and she really likes calling Scott since he's bald egghead mostly.
hmm.
It's kind of the cute way she likes to call him.
Okay.
Even though she does call everyone in a way that it's kind of humiliating, but when she says it feels like, oh right, it's just Julie talking to you.
Nice.
You could have a double entendre there, because some dinosaurs liked to steal eggs.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, we didn't think about that actually.
Oh, I'm not sure if we did that make that sense. But what we have in mind is was these lights we are doing that right now. It's her desk. So like
It's oh yeah, 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 right. Sorry. It's like
that's what whole mess.
we the mess at the end. It's like everything here. It it's something that as if she was writing all of this. As you can see that when she is talking about herself, you can say, "Oh, that's me," and I'm really cute, and some stuff like that. And she's talking some stuff about Scott, like, "Oh, he thinks it makes him cool, but it doesn't." We try to make this just as a fun thing to do. We took our time doing this. Mm, Beige?
Let me see the question. Well, sometimes I make art for money, but isn't something like I do. Uh, regularly. I think that's a word. I do sometimes, but it's just for fun, you know. About
Specifically,
the date, I think maybe gonna be this week.
yeah, the demo will be released this week, and yes, we're Portuguese from Brazil. Earlier, I heard that I think it was Lurker saying that it my name looks like a slur, but it's actually a Brazilian food.
That was
So don't
Starman, by the way.
Yeah,
sorry about that.
no, no. It's if something is something is even vaguely similar to a slur, I'm gonna notice it. I think it's just the way Lurker said it too. He's like, it looks like it's fej. I don't know, something.
Sorry, I just do that naturally. I apologize.
No, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright.
Yep, racism is, or not racism. Slurring is just built into some of us.
I get it. And it seems we we don't have that yet because we have some characters planned for the future, but we don't have actually some what they will be. Mostly dinosaurs, we think, but we could include some simians and some other kind of animals. I I think like a saber tooth tiger. I think it's the name. We could try to do, but we're not planning that. Still not on our mind.
I mean, if you count Scott, father, mother, and Peter as Indian, I
Yeah.
think kind of gonna have.
The soundtrack is we still don't have because we don't have someone to do that for us. But I'm personally trying to learn about mixing music to try and make an original soundtrack. About the demo will probably be uploaded via in a mega folder. But as I said, we're still trying to improve some stuff before releasing.
Yeah, about the soundtrack, since we don't have a person who can make songs, we're just using no copyright songs or other songs from their visual novels.
Um,
And about the, I don't know
we
if
thought
it's a question, but we're not gonna launch our Steam or anything. besides, it's need money, and we we don't have power to make our our own backgrounds or our own songs. So we are kind of just using the internet. So I think gonna be free from everyone.
We're trying to make the project like free in any way we can. We wouldn't like to charge people to buy it. And we thought about using that free music, royalty free music, but we listened to a lot and didn't feel the vibe we wanted to put on the game. So we decided to, as the time, leave it without any.
Someone said to contact the music friend as if he's do it for free. I think we can work.
Because money is not something we can use or will use right now.
Yeah.
It's mostly to improve our skills in in programming and
Probably.
drawing. Yeah,
The
it's
game is
it's
just made for fun, you know. It's just like watching a 12 episode uh anime, you know, it's life of life. We don't plan to make a huge story or a complex background characters. We just want to make a simple story so people can just enjoy, like with no
it's
worries
like
about
it's
the
like a
sad
game.
part and stuff.
Yeah, it's it's like a game that they can play for like maybe an hour or two every day and finish it in like 3 days, something like that. It's designed to be short, I guess, but we're still, as I said, we're still planning a lot of stuff. So we have ideas that it's on the paper, not in the game yet. Also, for the James. Uh, yeah, I my DMs are open if you want to talk to me after the presentation
Yeah,
about some doubt you have, some question.
We're nearly ready for the next group, so
Oh,
feel
okay.
free to.
Sorry.
Yeah, we have a couple minutes, so if you want to wrap up or answer any last questions, go for it.
I mean, nobody have anyone we can and here, so we don't take time for the other groups.
Yeah, I like love the being here. Uh, sorry, as I said, lots of times. Sorry for the trouble of not get coming here in time. It's about our time zones. It changed lately, so it got us confused. We're really sorry about that.
No
But
issues. No issue.
but we loved this being here, the feedback we got, and mostly some the fact that we can see the project going forward, and people saying they like it makes us really happy and looking forward to keep going.
Well, thank you very much for coming, and no
Thank
issue
you.
on those problems. It's just a reminder we're all amateurs here at the end of the day. But thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Like it says
Yeah.
in the text, we we didn't manage to be here in the previous last year one, but we are here now.
Well, thank you. I'm going to put you back in the audience
Yeah.
now.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Love you guys.
And
Aw.
let me invite the next person up.
Hi, everybody can hear me?
Yes.
Howdy.
Okay. First things first. My name is Vinicius, and I'm dying of anxiety right now. If I pass it as out right now, I say sorry. But
I think they make medication for that.
I don't have any.
Just messing with you. You're good, man.
I can't show my screen right now.
Yeah.
But I want to. I don't think someone made something like that. But I want to show something different. So sorry, I'm very nervous. And English is not my main English.
You're okay, man.
Whatever. I can show my screen.
Are you not able to? Let me
I'm
see
not
if I can
able.
fix that. Sorry, I don't know why that's not been working for people.
It's okay.
Can you do it now?
Let me see. No, I can't.
Is it giving an error message, or what's it saying?
No, don't show nothing. I can show my screen. I just can't.
Oh, yeah, share your screen is grayed out for me, too. Interesting.
What?
Yeah. I'm a freaking super Janny. Why is it why is it grayed out for me? What the fuck? Hmm.
Dude, I hate this one.
Oh, now it...
Can't now.
Yeah, it's lit up for me now. Give it a try. Can I see him?
Okay.
Hey!
Everybody is seeing my screen right now.
Looks like a video.
It's a video. I'm not a good one. But
You're okay.
I want to show. So, this the audio is coming out.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah. Hello everybody, my name is Vinicius Castilho da Silva, and today I want to present all of you my little project, Reflection of Our Hearts. When I finish both games, I know that I need to tell a story, but not just a simple story. A story about the place, about people who live in it, about everything I know is little construct in the game. This game is not just a visual novel, it's a point and click who have some mini games in it other things, puzzles, secrets, and maybe a copy of Darkest Dungeon. I don't know. Every story is about their characters. So let's begin talk with the first perspective I see in the game. Obli is a complicated person. While in trying new things, he knows bad habits don't die. A finite technology and AI is not the people most willing to talk to. The next perspective we see in the game is Katarina. An encyclopedia of books would probably make an entire library jealous, yet she's still holding all this feeling inside her, with her elusive heart at the right moment to show all you her passion. Probably the most resilient and determined of them all, Alexander is that helping hand that comes to help you whenever there's something that can defeat. And he knows the true weight and value of his cards. Last but certainly not least, the most bothersome and energetic, Beatrice will always do her part to make us smile. Even in our darkest moment, she wants to put a smile on her face. This project means a lot to me, but you not come here to listen to this stuff. Even with a small team with no knowledge of what I'm doing exactly, I want to deliver the best story you can possibly ever imagine. So yeah, this is my project. Thank you to everybody who stand here and listen to this. And I hope you everybody have a great Snoot Con and see ya. Okay, I'm not finished right now. Yeah, the quality of the video is bad.
That was good, man.
You're very brave.
Yeah.
Extremely brave.
I'm not really just
You're good, man.
No, that was.
Hey.
I'm probably the only one who decided I'm going to show my face and my real name to everybody who I don't know. So,
Like I said, very brave.
Hell yeah.
You can see PowerPoint presentation now. You can There is there, and okay, now I think that's right. When I move, appears right. You can see the PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is my production, Reflection of All Hearts. And this is me. My name is Vinicius. Me is that guy, and I have paralysis. Half my body doesn't work very properly, but I see some people saying the quality was trash, but yeah, it's me trying to do. And addressing the elephant in the room, yes, this video is trash. On the point, when it's not the when I'm trying to make a thing.
I apologize for anybody watching back this recording. My internet just cut out. I'm waiting for it to come back. This fucking sucks. Oh, hopefully that's better.
How someone just asked, how important is romance in your project?
I, one thing about me, I don't really like romance, but it's not game and one is show me different. I don't. The focus on the project is not necessarily romance, but I say, obviously, eventually we will start like the Beatrice, and probably we will have more, just not just friends. We became something more. But I want to. This project is not about necessarily about romance. It's about perspectives of something they have in common. Some scars that not finish to be able. I can confirm that. Hi, Starman.
Hi again.
Is your Discord crashing?
I think I'm back. I'm terribly sorry about that.
Alright. Someone said super serious question. And since they preface it super serious, I'll repeat it. Are there any really tall / plus size ladies?
I think you're talking about body size.
I would assume so.
Probably yes, because this type of people exist, but it's not my. This is not a project to use the most beautiful ladies with the most beautiful bodies we want to. What I'm saying right now can be a bit the word a bit meaning, but I want to write my characters. I'm not saying nothing about any other project. I want to be clear. I'm not attacking anyone. I prefer to write my characters as humans. Probably a person you could find here in real. The person who draw the Beatrice hugging the screen, she acts a lot like Beatrice in his personality. But it's not a game about seeing giant enormous score bodies. I don't know if I say that clear. So yeah, sorry if you want that.
No issue.
So let me kind of do a follow-up question. Someone asked if there was going to be romance. You said you're not really going to be focusing on that. So what would you say is the biggest, like, what genre would you classify this as? Are you trying to go for a comedy? Are you trying to go for drama? Trying to go for, like what do you expect? Like, what is kind of your expectation for what direction the story is going to go in?
Drama.
Okay.
It's less of life drama. When I say not my focus, but we will have romance. It's not a story about a guy who comes to a city and grows a person, gets a girlfriend along this. It's a guy who go to a city and trying to redeem himself. That's why I can say without spoiling anything. So yeah, that's why I'm aiming for.
Well-
Can change.
Well, so let me expand upon that. So, and I'm not trying to put too much pressure on you or anything here. Just think about it as you want to. But with any game or with any writing project, you want a hook, right? You want some sort of thing that's going to sort of entrance an audience member, someone who may just be a passerby, something that's going to bring them in and make them really curious about it. So what do you think of your story? Like, what aspect of it do you think it has that it can hook people who may otherwise just be passing by? Because if it's a story of just a guy, you know, in a town, we've got a lot of those. But like, what about yours is going to be unique? What about yours is going to put it above and beyond and make people really interested?
It's mystery and perspectives.
Okay.
The main point of what I'm doing, I don't know if you listen, but one things I like about Snoot game is that the chapter you play as Trish and Fang. And you gain a new perspective of what happened in the main events. So this game will have perspective among the one time you will play as Oble, or the other time you will play as Beatrice. And both you look maybe at the same thing and think other things different.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a satisfying answer to.
Well, that's a way to do it for sure. And I apologize. I missed a little bit of your presentation because my internet took a crap right in the middle of it.
If you I have time, I can present again. No problem.
But yeah, doing multi-character perspective, that is certainly a way to a good way to go about it. And especially, so you said you're going to be, you see the event or some inciting event from one perspective, and then you move on to another person's, and you kind of get more of the gaps filled in. That's a good way to do it.
The first day of the Oble is more about mystery, because the story will not, you will be giving yourself to you don't understand why that guy will doing what he does, and don't understand why these things are happening. But all the things, there's a meaning why it's happening. Sorry for English. That's not a question I was expecting. Sorry.
No, you're good. I like to I like to ask challenging questions because it makes you kind of think about it.
If you remember, last year I asked you if the most important of writing something was the scene you. I think the question was the scene you sing or the scene you want the people to see. I don't think that's what the question. But it's a trick question because both lead to the same way. You need to visualize a scene to describe them the way other person can imagine what happened. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Let me see, there's more questions.
Someone asked to clarify that this is a visual novel, right?
It's a visual novel. It's a visual novel with moments of, I don't know a word for English. It's not an open word. We use, I use when I talk about immersive scenes, is open bio. It's a small place where everything in that place feels alive. You have people talking, the place, events happening all the time, but you're not free to explore the whole world. You are in a small room with full of things for play. So it's more like Detroit Joe or Rever Ring. Sorry, I didn't play Rever Ring right now. So yeah, you have a story and have segments. You have to walk, see objects, try to explore in your own way. But yeah, it's mostly a visual novel. Yeah, it's like a point and click adventure in some way.
I don't know. I think someone asked a similar question earlier, but I was wondering if there was any specific reason that you landed on a Sabretooth character.
It's because all the time I made these characters, all of them are dinos. So yeah, I need something to be different. And all the characters represent something inside me. When I say some other project, other games or series I like to review or what they call it, one of them is pathological too. One of the things of pathological too is overcoming death. One of the answers to overcome death is to you eat yourself and divide it into million pieces. Because if one piece is still alive, you is still alive, you will still be remembered. So, Beatrice is the part of me that don't feel in the right place. She is the only Sabretooth you see in the game. She has a pet. Every time I remember the scene I write, make me cry. So she is a person. The corpse of don't feel it has don't belong to that place. I don't know if it's satisfying answer. But yeah, the main thing is I want something different from my life.
Could I don't know if you touched on the setting a little bit. Is it gonna take place in like a fictional place, or will it be based off of like a real city or location?
I didn't touch because I'm writing the place right now. I studying the culture of. But one thing I like about Cowboy Bebop, the movie, whereas Mars is a lot of places, but is not necessarily one place. One one place you have Paris, one place the you have the cyberpunk world, the other place you have uh, just a normal city. I want to write my own place. It's not fictional. I want to place in somewhere, but that place doesn't exist. It's like I don't remember the thing one of the places I know. I forgot. Sorry, but there's a bunch of books who place a fictional city in the real world. So yeah, you can see as these take place in the uh, open brackets in Snootverse, but it's not a place that necessarily exists in real life. But it will make reference to the real life. I Sorry, I'm get out of my microphone. Sorry. If anybody wants me to repeat something, I can repeat.
Another follow-up. You said, that the saber tooth represents a part of you. If you already said it, could you repeat it again? Then, what do the other characters, if anything, do they represent a part of you as well?
Obley represents a part of me that I can't necessarily talk, but he's more my more. The stage was when I was in my darkest moment. Represent my my sadness and indifference about the world. Alexander, if you see the names of the characters, you know that Beatrice has the meaning. Beatrice meanings are people who makes you laugh or makes you feel happy. That's their purpose in the story. Is that person to make every time, even if you don't like her, put a smile on your face. Alexander is the part of me is confident. That part of me right now, with a bunch of people listening to me right now, he's my kind part. And Katarina represents something, a part of me, my anxiety, my fears, my this is not the right moment to do this. So yeah, every character is a part of me. But it's not a self-insert. They have their own struggles, they have their own things. I just look at myself and see a base. In that base, I like to. It's like clay. You always pick a bunch of clay and try to mold to a vase. It's like what I'm doing with every character. It's picking up a part of me and mold to fix to feel a real human being alive, even if it's not a human being. I think it is the best response, the best answer I can give to you.
That was well put. Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the audience? And Starman, do you have anything else?
I do not have anything else myself. I appreciate what I saw. Like I said, I'm sorry I missed a little bit of it.
I can show if you want.
Actually, what?
Yeah, bring up the PowerPoint.
Yeah. Could you do that again just to make sure that that everything is seen?
Yeah. Because I was recording it too, and part of it got pumped out. I saw the video, I saw that, and like my internet cut when you got to the elephant in the room.
Okay. This is me.
Yep.
The elephant in the room.
Yep.
The video is not good. But the point is not to be good. It's the point it was fun to do it. When I was filming, the cameraman is a colleague of mine. I don't talk in a long time, and I just know he living closer to the place where we filmed everything. Every scene of the video was just one place that had everything. I don't want to tell the name because I already show my face and my real name, so I don't want to dox myself.
Pretty good.
Yeah, some bad things can be good. Back to the point, the game is not necessary like them, but I I don't say I don't take inspirations. We will have the moment you read and the moment you play. Some examples of this. When I say Darkest Dungeon, I mean in-game universe. Like, I want you to write some comics to the universe, some games, the fictional developers made. Like, Trauma Drama is basically Contra, but in the settings of the Night City. Sorry for the word. Back in the point, the main reason I made the project was because the two chapters when you play as Trish and Fang was so good. I want to see a story about perspective. That's why reflection of hearts. Seeing yourselves through someone's eyes. Obviously is not Jimmy from Off-Washing. I don't know. He's the part of me who I can't talk rubber because it's a big thing. So what I can say, he's adapted to the situations. I don't going to use AI in my project. It's a human project. Beatrice is the kind part of me. Alexander is my bravery and the part of me who wants to make things. Katarina is my fears, the part of me who don't want to make problems. Some of works I am inspired me to, or that not inspired me in some way, but have things I really like of their world building or characters. So yeah, this is me. This photo was the first, I forget, trip when I started getting better. This, for me, is the best photo I took for me in a long time. And this is one of the photos I took this next day. I wake up in the morning just to see the sunrise. This photo doesn't mean nothing to all of you, but for me, there's a deep meaning inside. So yeah, thanks to everybody.
Thank you for going through that again.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, an observation I would like to make. This is a good thing. I'm gonna truncate this a little bit weirdly, but this is a compliment. When you were going through your characters and kind of talking through the way that you were describing them as parts of yourself. You know, you're saying like, you know, this character encapsulates this part of my, personality, or this encapsulates this part of my, ego or id or any part of yourself. And sometimes people will throw around the word like self-insert, right? Like, they'll call something a self-insert as kind of a derogatory sense. But from a writing perspective and from a storytelling perspective, every single character is technically a self-insert to a degree, right? Because you create the characters and you encapsulate parts of yourself or parts of your experiences within those characters. Now, obviously, you can take it to extremes. You can write some horrible villain who would do things that you would never even dream of doing in your story. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's, something that you're capable of or would even do, but it is something that came from your consciousness, even still. So I think it's good to view your characters in that way, and you actually end up moving further away from the derogatory use of the phrase self-insert, because a lot of times the self-insert is more like a Mary Sue. That's more like you're taking only the best parts of yourself and there's no flaws or possible weaknesses or anything like that to it. I don't imagine that's what you're going to be going for. I think you're probably going to be looking at these aspects, but then identifying what doesn't work about them. We're basically fleshing out the characters. If you're not doing that, I'd recommend it, obviously, but it does sound like you're conscious of it at the very least, which is good, and you definitely want to kind of go in that direction and use that aspect with good character definition.
tabletop RPGs. Yeah. And I like to write a character. Not, he's not me. A character who I write is not me. He is a part of me who has different experience based on things I feel the past, things I feel right now. He's not me. Every character you see in the slide has parts of me and parts that definitely are not mine. Every character do things that I don't do. Think that things I don't necessarily think are good things. And every character has flaws. Some more visible and some are more hidden. I can say, if I pick one up, Beatrice. Beatrice is the most kind of the group, but it's not meaning that she's kind. She's not. She she's kind in every moment. She's trying to get the best of you, even the moment is trash. And she's have the problem of not necessarily say, bro, you fucked up this time and there's no coming back. She tries to make you feel good. And in every way possible. That's not necessarily a thing I would do. I'm not necessarily think every mistake has a redemption arc. This is a story about her redemption. Not red and dead. Neither dead. But it's a story about characters who have scars and going to evolve their characters along the way. I don't know if that's satisfying what you want to hear. I know you are a writer, and what I hear about you is you are a good writer. So yeah, I know you are advising me the right way.
I appreciate that. You probably also heard that I'm a huge bastard.
I remember you when you told me to not use French words, even I'm Brazilian.
Yeah, that sounds right. Probably posted a croissant emoji.
No, you don't.
One question that I saw earlier that got kind of buried was someone was asking if you have a Discord for this.
I don't use social medias. I have a Twitter, but I don't use. I have an Instagram, but I don't use. I'm just a low profile person. I post. Um, I don't think yesterday. Yeah, Friday I post the things in my Instagram. This main art posted by the NDocs. But I'm not necessarily a public person who likes to post, oh, this is my life. When have the updates from the project, I will post. Then I will let all you know. But I prefer to not throw my head in the places. I need to deliver right now a project, or else someone will kill me and my family. No, I want to get the things smoothly. So yeah, I don't necessarily have. I can take my Instagram and say, but I think it's Cassian. But yeah, Instagram. I know any docs have one, but I don't know if he wants to share. Is Cassian Dev in the Instagram? I think if you search this will find me. So yeah. But if someone wants to talk to Discord, just send me an email, a message, and I will respond. No problem. The team is basically me and Docs, who was the last integrant, and a friend of mine who made the music, and he has their own band, but not any music published yet. So yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Very good.
We're nearly done with your time, so if there's any final questions, people ask them now, and if you want to wrap it up, you can.
I don't think I have some more things to say. I'm just very happy that I could be here and show my project. This means a lot to me. I probably will remember for the good reasons and the bad, because my heart, I think, is going to explode. Sorry for my bad English by bad microphone.
Not at all, man.
It blew up by glue and chopsticks. Sorry. This was the best one I made.
You're good, man. Did a good job.
Mm-hmm. No, thank you for coming. I think you touched our hearts a little bit, and thank you for coming off and showing off what you have.
I like this image of Beatrice holding a cookie. My favorite, just saying, I think my top 4 characters are Alexander, Beatrice, Katerina, and Ogle. But I love them all as if they are my sons.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, if anyone has a question, I can respond. Yeah.
All right. Let's just see if there's anything else. Will the women say racial slurs?
Beatrice is not the type of person who does this. On the other hand, Oble is not a person who lives with his entire life was around humans, so he doesn't necessarily know how dinosaurs and other type of species work. So he could commented something very mean. This project is not a family friendly work. It has some really deep moment.
All right. Well, if that's it, once again, thank you for coming and showing off what you have to work on.
Thanks.
Appreciate you, man.
Try to speak English.
You did good.
You did very good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hope the next group will get me.
Oh, it's not a group next. It's just me.
All right.
It's got a yap. Yeah.
All right. I'll send you back to the audience. Thank you again. And Starman, it's your time.
Oh my god. Let me pull my stuff over here. And I need to dinker around with this for just a second. Wait, where did Discord go?
Bonds 2?
Oh my god.
Announcing Bonds 2?
Share your screen is grayed out.
Oh my gosh. Did we ever figure out what fixed it the first time?
No, you did something, and it made it work for both of us. Need to remove T-Lol from me? Oh my god, my skin is falling off! Ah! I have such bad sunburn right now, dude. I am shedding like a lizard folk. This is bad. Show requests. Unmute music, leave the stage, more options. Voice and video settings. No, there's nothing. Yeah, you did something magic on your end there, Chief. I don't know what you were doing with him, but it made it ungray out for both of us, whatever it was. Something about streaming mode. Stream started, stream stopped. Appearance. Hardware acceleration. No. Let me leave the stage and come back. Nope. Still grayed out. Input device, output device, video settings. To the internet! We shout Google search. Discord, stage. Share your screen grayed out. No. Usually because the stage has exceeded its maximum audience limit for video streaming. Are you fucking kidding me?
What is that? What?
That's what AI is telling me.
Wait, wait.
I got the button back.
There.
Yeah, it's there now.
There.
This is so retarded.
I hate Discord so much.
Discord is a piece of shit. Alright. Slideshow. Alright. Let me know if it's looking okay on your end. I can't see chat
Looks
at the
good
moment.
to me.
Alright. Can I open chat here? Nope, am I just unable to see chat while this is happening? What the fuck? Alright. Here, I'll pull this over for the time being. I'll rearrange it because I'm recording on my side. That's fine. Okay, I can see chat. Oh my god. Alright, hi everybody. Welcome to the Snoot Con Day 3. We've already been in Day 3. Hi, welcome. Thanks everybody for coming by. I was brought here because we had a time slot to fill, so I hope you're prepared for my bottom of the barrel scraping something together in short notice. But we got something at least, and I figure this is an opportunity to chat. And bye Geo, thank you. Get the hell out of here. So there's a good chance for us to just chat a little bit and kind of go over something that I think is going to be relevant for a lot of folks who are attending these Snoot Cons. Attending these presentations. And what we're going to be talking about is speaking in regards to people who want to write. People who don't know where to start and people who want to essentially get going with their own writing. I put this presentation together. This is kind of the rough draft of it, but I'm actually going to be presenting this at a convention that I'm going to next weekend. And yes, now that Starman's on, everyone go to get your bathroom break. Goodbye. The audience empties out to fucking 2 people. That's fine with me. I'm going to be presenting this at a convention that I'm going to, and essentially it is billed as, it's called From Inspiration to Application Writing 101, right? Kind of like a, how do I start? How do I begin? How do I get started with writing anything? So just to kind of go over this, briefly discuss who I am. You all fucking know who I am, right? Is anybody here who doesn't know who I am? Welcome to the server, I guess. I'm Starman Super. I also go by JT Camp. I am a self-published author. I began writing about 3 years ago with fan fiction. So some people, of course, have read that fan fiction. Some people enjoyed it. That's very nice of you. I appreciate it. I published my first book last year, and then I also host a weekly writers workshop to assist writers. So, again, some people have read my work already. Some people may just be getting to know or whatever. This is who I am. I just kind of put this at the front to sort of mention, I guess, pedigree or qualification. I have written, and I've written a good amount, and I've published work, and it's gotten decent reviews, right? I think, taking all told, I've sold several hundred copies of my book at this point, so I'm not, obviously, some sort of huge New York Times bestseller or any shit like that, but I did sell. Someone's asking for a link to my work. I will post it a little bit later. It's on Amazon. So actually, if you search up Kind of Blue JT Camp, you will see the book. It'll be the first result. If you just search Kind of Blue, you're going to get the Miles Davis album, which is what the name is based off of. But if you search me up, you can get it on paperback, you can get it on Kindle, and actually the whole thing's also just on AO3. If you just want to read it on there, I have it published there too. So, but yeah, I published through Amazon with this one. So, what is this, right? Are there any fat girls in the book? No, there are not. I can confidently answer no. Yeah, that's the link, Judge. Thank you. So this presentation today is to go over a very common question. How do I get started as a writer? I cannot tell you how many times I hear this. Someone will pop into my workshops or someone will pop into lit class and they'll say, I have so many ideas, but I don't know how to start. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to begin, right? These are the questions. This is, again, kind of a where people start at that very base level. A lot of people have ideas, but few people have the drive to actually put pen to paper, or obviously, put fingers to keyboard, as it were today. So what this presentation is going to do is it's going to cover tips and tricks for getting your feet wet and for working toward something bigger. This is not going to be like, at the end of this presentation, you're going to write a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. This is literally, how do you start? Where do you begin? What can you do as a very first step to the writer's journey? And the reason I'm presenting this as far as the context of what we're talking about with this Snoot Con, obviously, as you all know, Snoot Con is mostly visual novels, right? It's almost entirely visual novel based, a couple other projects announced here and there, but visual novels are written. I don't know if you are aware, but a visual novel has a lot of words in it. You have to get those words down. And much like writing a compelling story, you have to write a visual novel in a way that is interesting, intriguing, and something that people are actually going to want to read, right? Before any of that, before you figure out your characters or before you figure out your setting or anything like that, you got to actually start writing, and you got to kind of exercise that muscle. You have to, move in the right direction to get something on the paper. So, I'm going to tell you all the golden rule. I'm also going to quote this gentleman several times throughout this session, but there is a golden rule if you want to become a better writer. This is the trick. A lot of people think that there's no shortcut or cheat code, and honestly, this is the one and best suggestion that I've ever received as a writer, and it's the one I give to everybody. If you want to be a writer, you have to do two things above all others. Read a lot and write a lot. There is no way around these two things that I'm aware of, no shortcut. If you do not have the time to read, you do not have the time or the tools to write. Simple as that. Now, this quote is attributed, it's two different quotes, but they're attributed to Stephen King. These come out of his, basically his book called On Writing, which is a very good resource for beginner writers. It is a great way to get started with figuring out how to pull the trigger on writing, right? How to actually get started. And I'll mention it again later. I think I quote him once or twice other than that in this session. But I would highly recommend, if you're going to read anything that's sort of like, how do I become a better writer related, this is one of the better resources in my opinion. I do not agree with every single thing that Stephen King says in his book, but a lot of it is good. A lot of it is quality, and a lot of it is going to help you improve if you actually take those types of things to heart. On writing is S tier, but the part where Stephen King admits to fucking minors. I don't remember that part. I'm not gonna say you're lying, but I don't remember that. On writing is kind of written in 3 parts. The first third or so of the book is essentially his backstory. So Stephen King kind of talks about his childhood, how he got started as a writer. This was obviously back in the 50s or 60s, so it was a very different time back then. But how he got started, and then I guess the 60s or 70s, I should say. And then the middle third of the book is how to become a better writer. Like, he really goes through a lot of good tips. The last third of the book is him talking about getting hit by a fucking truck and almost dying. So, it's an interesting read. I would definitely check it out. So, read. You need to read. If you want to get better as a writer, you have to read more. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. You have to read more stuff. I recommend that you read books in the genre or genres that you enjoy, right? If you are very interested in writing sci-fi, then read sci-fi, right? You can expand your horizons a bit. You can read fantasy, you can read romance, you can read whatever the hell you want. But if you want to be a historical, you want to write like a bunch of historical accurate dramas and you spend all of your time reading far future sci-fi, it may not exactly help in that avenue. You're going to be getting some different kind of building blocks, I guess, as you build up your internal knowledge base of information. Now, some people will ask, like, okay, well, what do I read, right? Do I read, like, the best books? Do I read books with really good reviews? Do I read trash? Honestly, both are good. But you have to kind of understand what you're reading and think of it critically. So, reading good books will help you identify what works within that writing, right? If you read something that's good, every once in a while you're going to be reading and you're going to stop and you're going to go, oh, that sentence was really fucking good. Or holy shit, I can't believe that just happened, right? You will have times where you're going to stop and be inspired. And those are excellent, right? When you read something like that, write it down, take notes, think about what made you feel that way. Think about what elicited that emotional response. That is the sauce. That's what you want to look for with writing, or I'm sorry, with reading, and kind of what you incorporate into your own writing. On the flip side, if you read bad books, it will help you identify what not to do. Now, I wouldn't recommend reading exclusively trash, because, you know, it's kind of like trash in, trash out. It could do the opposite effect and build up bad fundamentals. But if you read shitty books, a lot of times you read them and you say, okay, this is what doesn't work about this. This is why this is a problem. The person just introduced this character and the character has literally no character traits. Or this person isn't describing their scenes worth of shit. I can't understand what's happening, right? But again, read it critically and think about what is causing you to think that it's bad, right? And then now you can kind of build that into your own repertoire and think about how to avoid doing that within your own writing. And again, take notes, right? As you read, if you take notes about your writing, it's going to help you improve over time. And again, it's like, that could be writing down a sentence that really interested you. It could be writing down how something made you feel. It can be writing down, holy cow, this is dog shit. Remind myself not to do this. Take notes. Those are going to help in the long run with your own writing. So, with all that said, where do you start, right? Again, I mentioned at the start of this that, you know, it's like I get a lot of questions. I have all these big ideas, but I don't know what to do. I don't know where to begin. Well, as mentioned, you know, again, people have loads of ideas that they want to write about. The literal shortest answer, and I know this sounds cheeky, but the shortest answer is you put your fingers on the keyboard and you start moving them. And I know that that sounds like it's easier said than done, but it literally is that easy. It literally is put your fingers on the keyboard and start moving them. I do not care how good it is what you are writing. The fact that you are writing is exponentially better than not writing anything at all. I'm going to, within this, especially in my workshops, I really like to analogize, and I like to talk about instruments. I like to talk about playing music. And I like to equate it to this, right? Think of a guitar. Think of playing the guitar and think of listening to a record. You listen to some guitarist and you listen and you say, holy cow, this guitar player is incredible. This is the best guitar player I've ever heard. I'm so jealous. I wish I could play guitar like that. Okay, well, that's cool. Where do you start? Do you pick up a guitar and instantly shred just as majestically as that guitarist that you admired so much? Of course not. You pick up the guitar and you stare at it and you go, what the fuck is this? You maybe put your fingers somewhere and strum and it's like, oh, this is terrible. It just sounds like I strangled a cat, right? But what do you do? How do you learn how to play guitar? Well, guess what? You spend time on it. You practice. You play the instrument. Writing is the exact same, right? But there's a very small difference wherein, because I see people writing in chat, we all have a fundamental understanding of language, right? We all at least understand how to communicate with one another. Does that mean that you understand how to communicate well, or how to write a good book, or how to write a good story? It doesn't necessarily, right? That is a honed skill. So let's take that guitar example. Let's just say because of some magical world that we're in, everyone who picks up a guitar understands how to play like 8 chords, right? Literally everybody. And actually chords are pretty damn easy. It takes a very small amount of practice to learn a few chords, right? If you learn 8, what is it? I think it's like if you learn 8 or 10 chords on a guitar, you can play something like 80% of songs, right? They're not going to be good. You're going to be just essentially doing like harmony strumming and maybe singing along with them. You could even take your guitar to a party and maybe woo a gal and get laid, right? But that's the starting point, right? Again, learning 8 chords and being able to strum is not going to make you as good as that fascinating guitarist that you admire so much. That is going to take a lot more practice. A lot more practice. We're beginners, right? If you have never written anything as a story, or you've never written anything before, you are a beginner. That's where you're starting. It's going to take practice to get anything further with your skill set. So, your first writing is going to be very rough. I don't care who you are, the very first time you sit down and you say, I'm going to go ahead and just try to write a short story or something, you're going to write it, it's going to be brutal, right? It's not going to be great. When you very first start, do not expect to write something flawless on your first go. You just will not, right? Sometimes you'll be able to write decently off the go. Sometimes you're going to write and it's going to be an absolute pile of dog shit, right? Again, people's barrier to entry is always going to be a little bit different, but no matter what, your first writing is not going to be your best writing. It just won't happen. The most skilled musicians had to start somewhere, and that start was always messy, right? Now, another thing, and I'll talk about this a little bit later too, I do recommend that as you get started with writing, discard self-consciousness, because a lot of times when you look at your own writing, it's kind of like hearing your voice back when you record your voice and then listen to it back. You're like, holy cow, I sound terrible. I sound like dog shit, right? A lot of times when you look at your writing, you're going to think like that, and your inclination is going to be to hit the backspace key and delete everything. Well, you still wrote something, so it's better than nothing, but if you spend too much time being hypercritical, you're never going to kind of identify what's wrong, and you're never going to improve. All you're going to be seeing are the flaws, and you're not going to be able to move toward actually correcting it or improving in any way. So you want to make sure with your writing, understand that the first things you write are going to be rough, they're not going to be pretty, they're going to have a lot of, maybe spelling mistakes, grammar mistakes, flaws of organization, you're going to have bad sentence structure, you're going to have bad paragraph structure, you're going to have, poor scene setting, you're going to have weak characters, all of this stuff, it's totally fine. If you've written something, it's better than writing nothing. Again, if you sit there and you stare at the guitar, nothing's going to happen. If you think to yourself really hard, I really wish I knew how to play the guitar, but you never pick it up, nothing's going to happen. But once you pick up the guitar and you start strumming it poorly, you've already taken a huge leap. And then once you learn 8 chords, you're so much further than anyone else who sat there staring at the guitar thinking, I wish that I knew how to play the guitar. You're already way better. You're moving in the right direction. And then from those 8 chords, you learn more. You learn 10, 12, 14, 20 chords. You start to learn how to, read music. You start to learn how to read guitar tabs. You start to learn how to move your fingers around and kind of do complex, movements and complex arrangements on the guitar. You get better and you get better and you get better as you practice. So, what are the building blocks of writing, right? What is writing actually comprised of? So I distill it down to 3 primary things. Again, I use a little bit of help from Mr. King with this. Writing is comprised of vocabulary. That's going to be the types of words that you are using, right? This is going to be, are you using small words or big words? Are you repeating your words a lot? Are you able to understand the difference between different phrases or different definitions of a word? Or are you able to understand, like, can you use the proper version of the word through versus through? Can you use the proper version of the words peak versus peak, right? There are 3 versions of that, and people fuck that up all the time, right? This is vocabulary. This is a basic understanding element of writing. It's important. I would argue that it's very important, but again, with your first draft, you're going to make mistakes with this, and that's totally okay. We can always go back and correct those. Second is going to be grammar. Thank you, DJ Brian. That's exactly what I meant. Second's going to be your grammar, right? Your periods, your commas, your quotation marks, where you're breaking up your sentences, having different speakers on different sentences for prose, all sorts of stuff. Grammar is very important as well. And again, this is a building block of writing. A lot of times with new writers or young writers especially, they go, I hated English class. It was terrible. I ignored it. I don't want to actually use good grammar. I just want to write. It's like, well, your writing is going to suffer for it in the long run. You have to practice these fundamentals. And again, the more you read and the more you write, the better you're going to be getting with these types of, essentially with your usage of both vocabulary and grammar, right? You're going to learn those things, you're going to understand them. You do not have to be a grammar expert. I will say that a lot of times English teachers, especially high school and college level, get extremely pedantic, right? Do you need to understand the difference between a gerund and a participle? It could be helpful, but do you need to be able to identify both of those by word, or do you just have to understand how they work? That's a little more important, right? Me fail English? That's impossible. Good Simpsons quote. Right, and Corvo said, you don't know what a gerund or a participle is, but I guarantee if you read a sentence including them, you would understand it. It would make more sense. Again, that's what I mean. It's like you don't have to get pedantic and in the weeds, but you do have to fundamentally understand why these building blocks are in place. And then lastly is style, right? Every person writing is going to introduce their own style to it. And style is also very important, and there are fundamentals to style that have to kind of remain consistent within good writing, but style is the lowest on the totem pole of these 3, right? You have to have good vocabulary and good grammar before you attempt to inject style into your writing. Now, there are a lot of people out there who think that they can just ignore the first 2 and only write with style. Those people are mistaken. Of course, it's just my art style image here. I love this one. Ignoring the other 2 fundamentals and just going with style is going to lead to bad writing. Plain and simple. Your writing is going to be nonsensical. It's going to be bad. It's going to suffer. Now, a lot of times, usually when I talk through this topic, some smarty pants is like, well, what about Cormac McCarthy? Cormac McCarthy ignores vocabulary and grammar, and he just writes in style, and his writing's great. It's like, yeah, I agree. Cormac McCarthy's writing is great. He also wrote his best work when he was in his 60s, and he had been writing for 40 years before that. Have you been writing for 40 years? Have you perfected your vocabulary and grammar to the point where you can set them aside and write in the fashion of Cormac McCarthy? No. Most of you idiots are 18 and 20 years old. So do not look at the best writers and think that you can do just as good as them, because you can't. That's listening to an excellent, Grammy Award-winning guitarist and saying, I could play as good as him, and you pick up the guitar and you've never touched it in your life. No, you need to practice. You need to learn the fundamentals first. Learn those building blocks first before you attempt to break those fundamentals. Once you've got a good grasp on them, then you can understand. I called you an idiot. Not an injit. learn those fundamentals first and perfect them before you attempt to disregard them. Another one that I like to point out is jazz music, right? Again, I kind of Blue has a big jazz influence to it. I really enjoy jazz music. Jazz music is the exploration of sound. And a lot of times, jazz music can get very frenetic and very chaotic, and it can sound like it's just craziness happening. But the thing is, most jazz musicians are extremely competent musicians who learned those fundamentals first, and then they learned how to disregard the fundamentals and how to break them. And that's why they were able to explore, and they were able to do so much interesting work outside of the classical confines of what would make a standard composition. Again, that is that extra layer of skill where they learned what they needed to first, and then they diverged. Then they went off the beaten path, and then they actually moved into interesting and exploratory grounds. So, like anything, more technically competent writing will come with practice. Again, I know people really hate to hear that, but you gotta practice. You gotta actually, you gotta actually learn these things. What was that DJ said? Disregarding the fundamentals only after learning them is something that people need to hear more often. That's true. Why is Moist? What do you mean Moist critical? I don't sound anything like him. Although I am wearing a plain black T-shirt, so I guess sure, why not? Like anything, more technically competent writing will come with practice, right? You gotta practice. You gotta, you have to work on it, right? This is another reason that reading is very important. The more you read, the more you're going to build up those fundamentals, right? Just like we said before. Your creative mind is a muscle that you are going to have to exercise, right? If you let your writing stagnate, if it's been a year or two since you've even read a book or you've written anything, it's going to take some dusting off. I'm in exactly that boat right now. I wrote Kind of Blue a year ago, and then I didn't write anything for over a year, and now attempting to come back to it, I'm really dusty. I'm really dusty, I'm really rusty, I'm really fucking, like, I have to get back into the flow of it, and it's taking some work. I'm not just going to put my fingers on the keyboard and be as in tune as I was before. It takes some time, right? It's just what it is. You gotta, it's a muscle. If you let it stagnate, it's going to deflate. Just like if you're not working out your arms, or if you skip leg day, your legs are going to be real scrawny. So, let's go over some actual tips for writing. You've got the drive. You've listened to what I said. You listen, you know that now you got to practice. You have to... Yes, Yvern, I did come back with kobold sex. That was and it wasn't that good. I wrote mediocre kobold sex, okay? So, you listen to what I said. Now you want to become you want to start writing, right? Again, you've got ideas, you've got these big pictures, all this stuff. Now you want to actually write. You want to get started. So, here's tip number 1. Start small. Every journey begins with a single step. I fucking hate this quote, but here it is anyway, because it's true. Every journey begins with a single step. So, before anything, write a sentence. Just write one sentence. Let's say you've got this grand idea about this epic galaxy-wide conflict that's going to have all of this political intrigue and hundreds of factions and thousands of characters, blah, 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 right? Write a fucking sentence. Just write one. Okay, now you've got a sentence. That's awesome. Then expand that sentence to a paragraph. Then expand that paragraph to a page. You have already written more than most people have. Again, people who just have ideas are only going to have those ideas. They're not going to be moving in the direction that they need to actually write something sensible. Don't spend a lot of time writing and then erasing what you wrote. This is another problem that I see sometimes. Actually, my brother is guilty of this. He was a little bit of an inspiration for me because he's a very creative guy. He's very good at storytelling, but he's never written anything more than like a short story for a college paper, right? And the reason for that, he's talked to me about it, the reason for it is he's hypercritical of himself. He writes something, and then he thinks, oh, this is terrible, and then he erases it. And then he writes it again, and then he erases it. And then he writes it again, and he erases it. And it's like, at the end of sitting at his computer for 3 hours, he's gotten 4 words down, if even, right? You can be somewhat critical of your writing, but the thing is, if it comes at the expense of ever actually writing anything, then you're going to be in the same boat that you were before. So this is why I say start small. Maybe if you have this grand, super humongous idea for a story, maybe don't start with that. Or if you're going to, maybe start with a very, very small part of it, right? I have this huge story, I've got hundreds of planets across, dozens of galaxies and all this shit, and all of this political intrigue is going to involve all this. I don't care. Write one paragraph about one character. Tell me about Chief Officer Johnson on the USS Nakamura or something. I don't know. Tell me just a small story. Tell me a little thing. Get me introduced to the world. And again, when you start with a smaller scope, you can then expand outward. And if it doesn't turn out that Chief Engineer Johnson ever ends up in your story, that's totally okay. You've still done more than just sitting there with a great big idea weighing you down and never actually getting anything on the paper. And also, once you've written about Chief Engineer Johnson, if it doesn't turn out that he ends up in your final story, don't delete him. Just put him off to the side, right? There's no shortage of paper. It's not like we're dealing with a epidemic where you have no space to actually save a page, right? It's the internet. You can save billions and trillions and quadrillions of pages, billions and billions of stars. You can save all of these things, never delete stuff. I am a big advocate, never delete stuff, just save it and set it aside. Maybe create a document of scrap, like a document of, these are ideas that I aborted. TJ Bryan said, don't kill your babies. Yeah, it's like, this is an area of stuff that I just kind of set aside and I didn't end up following through with. Totally fine. Rome wasn't built in a day. Start small. All right, here's tip number 2. Utilize writing prompts. From websites to writing journals, there are a lot of avenues available for writing prompts. Now, what a writing prompt is it something where you're given a sentence or you're giving the beginning of something to write and then you expand upon it, right? Maybe it's something as simple as you have a sentence saying, I was sitting in a coffee shop and suddenly a woman burst through the door and said, please help me, my baby's in a car and the car's on fire. Okay, well, there's your prompt, right? Now it's your goal to write several sentences or a couple of paragraphs to resolve that situation. And how do you resolve it? How do you want to resolve it, right? Are you going for something serious? Your character leaps to his feet, runs out, and heroically dives into the burning car to save the baby? Or are you writing a comedy? Do you have your guy lean back, drink his coffee, and go, I don't know, like rare or well done? Like, you've got possibilities, right? But again, that's the whole point of a writing prompt, is you get to explore what you want to explore. I hope someone deals with that. You get to explore what type of writing you want to do, but you're given a jumping off point. Right, you're given something to work with so that you can go ahead and try out something different. And again, something nice about writing prompts is they can also cause you to expand your horizons, because a lot of times it's like, thank you, Mr. Java. A lot of times, especially if you're a one-note writer, like if you just have a thing that you're fascinated by and you never challenge yourself, you may end up stagnating and being unable to actually grow in a new and exciting direction, right? It's like, I'm not saying you need to write stuff that you're unwilling to write about, right? It's not like, you're a Christian and I'm telling you that you have to write a story about some satanic ritual involving child sacrifice. It's like, no, if you don't want to write about something, you don't have to, right? You can stop at any time. But if you've only ever written sci-fi and you've never explored any other avenues, there's a chance that your writing could end up stagnating and you could miss out on opportunities to inject other genres into yours, right? Sci-fi is very rarely just sci-fi, right? It often involves things like mystery or intrigue or romance or action or even comedy, right? Like, a lot of times these things intertwine. You're going to have a multi-genred work at the end of it. So again, creatively stretching these muscles and kind of exploring some other opportunities is a good way to build upon your fundamentals. Again, don't focus on quality with these, but instead focus on completion. Now, I just grabbed a random picture. I don't know who the hell Robin Woods is. This is probably trash. But you can pick up a lot of things. There are websites that'll have creative writing prompts of different skill levels, right? Sometimes they're very basic. It'll be like, write about going to the zoo. Okay, sure. Or you can have something more complicated. You can say, I want to write about this much more specific topic, things like of that nature. Actual paper creative writing journals, again, they're going to be of varying quality. Some of them are for younger writers, some of them are for older writers. Look around. If you want to pick up something in paper, find something that is suitable to your, kind of like your approximate skill level or sort of your approximate age, I guess. Tip number 3, do workshops with friends. Now, obviously, a lot of you know that I do the writers' workshops here at for Snoot Club. The writers' workshops that I do are actually not typical workshops. And I've gotten some criticism. Some people don't like the way I do workshops. Totally fine. I do not mind if you do or do not like me as a person or the way that I do workshops. That's acceptable. The thing that I do is it's a little bit more of like a presentation and a bit more of a community go over a work. And we try to offer criticism for it, right? Now, obviously, sometimes it's sassy. I do make jokes about stuff. I will take the piss a little bit. Some writers don't like that. Sometimes people think that their writing is God's gift to mankind, and saying anything negative about it whatsoever is just the worst thing that you could possibly do, right? Well, that's not the case, right? What I try to do is I try to offer suggestions for improvement, and I also try to gear criticism toward the skill level of the writer. If someone comes in and they're very clearly English as a second language, and they have some very, it's just terrible sentence structure and bad paragraphs and stuff, we're just going to start there. We're just going to go over the grammar, right? But if they're a competent writer, skill-wise, and their writing is lacking something else, we're going to identify that. We're going to identify this character is weak, or this setting is poorly written. I'm not visualizing what's happening. You're not communicating, you're going too fast, you're going too slow, right? A lot of those things kind of come with a step above what you've got. But my point with that is the workshops that I do are not a workshop with friends. It really isn't, right? It is a workshop where one person is offering very critical feedback of you. You're welcome to come to my workshop if you want, but I'm not going to be nice. I'm not going to be a huge asshole. I try not to be, at least. But I'm not going to pat your ass and tell you that what you've written is incredible and there are no mistakes. We're going to find stuff wrong with it. We just will. I have never had anybody submit something to workshop where I've had zero criticism. Maybe it'll happen someday. It hasn't happened yet. With that said, my point with this workshop slide is actually working with other writers in a smaller group to do smaller workshops. So a lot of times, a writing workshop, if you're thinking about something from a college setting or even a high school setting, a writing workshop is usually a collection of like 3 to 6 to maybe like 8 or 10 writers who sit around and they read someone's writing and they go over it as a group, right? Someone will present, and then the next week someone else will present, or maybe they'll do 2 or 3 a night or something. That is a standard writer's workshop. It is different than the workshops that I do. Maxwell, you should rotate your writers if possible, or you have a friend group that's biased, you create a bubble. I can't really control that outside of, we did start a second writer's workshop with the Darwinist. He is taking those on Fridays. It's at a different time for people who are European or brown. So that way they can... No, I get you. I see what you mean. The thing is... With a workshop, okay. Rotate your writers if possible. Okay, no, I get what you're saying. Okay, not me. That will be possible sometimes, but it also will not be possible sometimes. And actually, you do bring up a good point. you may join a writing workshop and it may not work for you. So I actually have an example of this. I have a friend of mine who is a published author. He's actually published several books, self-publishing as well, and he's doing okay for himself. But he used to work with a writing workshop of friends, and he got just the worst feedback possible. And actually was really detrimental to him as a writer, because he was writing in a particular style, but the other writers were all writing in a different style, and they tried to warp him to writing the same way that they do. And it ended up not working for him, right? He was miserable, he was unhappy, but then he identified that that's what was happening, and he exited the writing circle. That's totally fine, but you have to be careful that you don't conflate someone trying to correct your bad writing and saying that, oh, they just don't understand my style. Again, going back to the style thing, if you've written something that's not good and someone criticizes it and your defense is, well, they don't know what they're talking about, what I wrote was amazing, you may need to open your eyes a little bit, right? Is there a chance that they're wrong? Sure. But you always need to be willing to take constructive criticism. And criticism is sort of like a whole other bag of worms. I could do a whole ass presentation just on the nature of criticism, because you do have genuine versus disingenuous? Genuine versus ungenuine. What the fuck is the word? You can have genuine criticism and you can have not genuine criticism. You can have criticism that's given because a person's jealous. You can have criticism that's given because a person is actually wanting you to improve as an author, right? You have different avenues that it can go down, and identifying which is difficult, and it does take you kind of having a big-time ego check, because again, many times, especially with younger authors, they write something, they think that what they wrote was incredible, and any criticism they receive is wrong. It's like, oh, well, then why are you asking for criticism, right? And you can identify that in a few ways. A lot of times it's if you get repetitive criticism, it strengthens the chances that that's actually accurate, right? If one person reads your story and they say, hey, I was confused by this part, maybe it was just that that person is stupid, or they didn't read it properly. But if you have 10 people read your work and they all say, hey, we were confused by this part, all of a sudden, that's probably going to be an issue, right? It's not, some people are going to be like, oh, fallacy of, appeal, of numbers or something. I don't care, right? The more people criticize something, the more likely it is that that's wrong. You're also sometimes not going to actually receive criticism. You may show your writing to someone and they're like, yeah, it's good. Okay. Well, thank you. Like, does that actually help you at all? No, not really. But not everybody's going to sit there and write a dissertation for you of criticism. Sometimes people just read it and they're like, okay, that's fine. Right? Do I write a lengthy review about every movie I see or every TV show I watch? No. Sometimes I watch something and I'm like, oh, that's fine. That's it. But when I'm really impressed by something, or when I'm really distraught by something, that's when I take the time to really, really put it to the coals, One other quick thing I will recommend here, and I got to kind of pick up the clip here a little bit. We got like 19 minutes left. Another thing I'm going to recommend, because I do see this happen a lot, especially on this server, a lot of times people are kind of greedy and they ask for people to read and review their stuff, but they are not willing to read and review anybody else's stuff. I would encourage that you don't do that. In fact, your best work is probably going to come with doing a work trade with someone, where someone wants their stuff read and reviewed, you want your stuff read and reviewed, the two of you swap your work, you read it and review each other's. That's going to get you really good results, because if you just sit there saying, hey, can you please read my work and review it, but then you never bother to read or review anybody else's stuff, you're gonna run out of goodwill at some point. There just isn't enough attention on it, right? We've got a handful of people in the literature class channel who really enjoy reading first drafts and giving feedback, but it is still a small selection of people, and they only have so much time in the day. Actually, Darwinist is one of those people. Darwinist has a fucking backlog of work that he wants to read and actually go over, but he's just one man, You're right. I should mention Rita more. So, all right. Tip number 4, write fan fiction. So, As I mentioned, this is actually how I got my start with writing. The very first work that I wrote that was like a whole ass book was Bonds. The reason that I recommend this is because writing fan fiction is kind of like a cheat code for writing, because half of the work is already done for you, right? You didn't have to invent the world. You didn't even have to invent the characters. You may invent some character and introduce them to the world, but as a practice exercise, writing fan fiction is a perfectly fine way to get started with writing. Basically to practice, to learn some fundamentals, and to have a little bit of the work done for you already. Instead, when you do your writing, does writing D&D campaigns count? It's fan fiction? Sure. I mean, D&D campaigns do count, but you are only writing part of it yourself. Your player characters are actually writing the majority of the story for you. So sometimes, and that is actually another thing, sometimes people will write, backstories and worlds and lore and stuff like that for their D&D campaign, which is perfectly fine, but it's not necessarily a narrative. It's not necessarily a story, because you end up with your player characters telling the actual story. Think of Critical Role or any of those shows, those show versions of D&D. It's like many times those are the primary meat of the story is told by the characters, right? So it's part of it. It can help with world building and stuff like that, but it's part of it. Fanfiction has destroyed writing and everything else. You're not wrong. Look at this cursed ass image that I found. I've just searched fanfiction. I hate this. Everything about this picture makes me angry. Artur, you're not wrong that fanfiction is not good, but that's what I'm saying. If you get started with writing fanfiction, you are practicing your writing. If you try to write fanfiction and say that it's amazing and glorious and it's the best thing ever, it's not. I even recognize that, having written Bonds, and so many people enjoyed it. It's like, even I'm like, it's just a fan fiction. Like, this is not the best thing ever fucking written. It's fine. I enjoyed it. But it was lazy, right? Part of the work was already done for me. I just picked up a story and carried it onward. It's improving your prose, but it's indulgent writing. Sure, again, it depends. I mean, if you are writing, you are writing. That's, again, what we're trying to accomplish here. We're not necessarily looking at how do you become a better writer. We're just looking at how do you start writing. That's sort of the purpose of this. So, at this point, you've written something, right? You put some words on paper, you've written something down. It's probably not very good, but that's okay. The hard part is done, right? You drew your little crayon picture of a family, you've got something done. That's better than nothing. You're on the right track. So, the next thing I want to talk about, we're getting close to the end here, but the next thing I want to talk about is traditional writing and sort of what happens with your writing at this point, right? So you've written something, let's say you've got a short story, a few pages long or something, and you've got it on paper. In the days of yore, looking back, I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago. In the days of yore, writing would go through multiple drafts, right? You would start with a first draft. This is very rough. It's probably bad, right? What you wrote was just not good, right? It's just a mess on the paper. Your second draft would be more refined and reorganized. At this point, this is where you're cleaning it up, you're adjusting mistakes. Maybe you thought of something a little later in the story that you now reincorporate earlier on, because otherwise it would be a consistency issue, or you want to kind of jam some clues in earlier on to kind of move toward that direction. And then you would end up with a third or even a final draft. Again, you can go through like third, fourth, fifth, sixth drafts. You can do a million drafts or whatever. But your final draft is going to be what is actually publish-worthy, right? The problem is, especially these days with people with their instant gratification, a lot of people ignore this and they simply publish their first draft. It's not a great plan, right? You normally don't want to just take your first draft of your writing and shove it out onto the internet, because due to the ease of putting stuff online, people just blast it off. The issue is you only get one first impression. If you blow that, your reader may never come back, right? Now, I don't say this to, like, make you nervous. Like, I don't want you to sit there and be like, oh, is my stuff ever going to be good enough to go online? I'm never going to publish my work. Boo. You know, no, that's not necessarily what I'm saying. What I'm saying is your first draft is probably not good enough. You need to do revisions. You need to actually work through these, work through what you've written, and you need to actually make something of passable quality. Now, Maxell mentioned, there are audiences, right? It is possible for you to take slop and throw it out there, and just because you got the right tags on it or something, a few people are going to come by and be like, oh, it's good, right? But is it actually good enough? Like, why are you writing? What are you trying to do? That's another aspect of this I didn't really cover in the slideshow. But with your writing, what do you want to accomplish? Do you just want to write for fun and just kind of, throw some things out there and then be done with it? Or do you actually want to improve as a writer? Do you want to actually write something competent? Do you want to try to make this a career? Do you want to try to make this something you can earn side money on, right? If you just write slop and throw it out there, you're probably not going to quite get the audience that you want. But the more you improve, the better off things are going to get for you. The better off you're going to, the more skilled your writing is, the more chance you have of actually retaining an audience and actually having people want to come back to read more. Yeah, it's like artists. Some people just do it for fun, some people do it for money, and some want to actually go big. What if it's smutty slop? People eat that shit up. I got bad news for you. Even smut slop usually has a semi-competent storyline. So this is actually kind of an interesting situation with, like, the the book talk and the sex books and all this shit that women are reading. The thing is, a lot of those books, the smut doesn't come until hundreds or even thousands of pages into the story, and women are actually sitting there and reading the whole book. They wouldn't sit there and read the whole book if it was nothing but dog trash. Now, it's probably not great. I'm not going to sit here and say, Minotaur Milking Farm or whatever is like some... yeah, we got there. Morning Glory. I'm not going to sit there and say that this is like a pinnacle of writing, but it's also not incomprehensible, right? You can actually read it and understand what is happening because the sentences are structured properly and the paragraphs make sense. So, like, you still have to be a competent writer, even if you're going to be writing slop. Like, you got to start somewhere. If you want it to actually be published and actually, get to a point where it can be consumed, you have to be somewhat competent. Now, my recommendation, kind of put a button on all this, I recommend that you write for yourself first and foremost. A lot of times authors are like, oh, well, smut about minotaurs getting jerked off is popular right now, so I need to write smut about minotaurs getting jerked off. It's like, no. Unless you're really into that, unless you're a huge fan of Morning Glory Milking Farm and you want to write a spiritual sequel to it, write what you are interested in. Write what intrigues you. I cannot tell you the number of people who have asked me when I've talked about my book, Kind of Blue, where they're like, why did you write about this? Why did you write about a world with dinosaurs and jazz music and racism? And I was like, because I love all of those things. I love dinosaurs, I love jazz music, and I love racism. Like, you write about what you know, right? That's how you want to write for yourself. You want to write about something that you enjoy. If you write something that you enjoy, more than likely other people will enjoy it too. Many times people will be able to see and understand the passion of what you put into, your work, and that will translate through. But there is a chance that things can and will get lost if you have poor vocabulary and grammar, if you have weak descriptions, if you have confusing plots or character motivation, things of that nature. Getting started as a writer, you're never going to be amazing and the best right off the bat. But as you improve and as you work to build up those fundamentals, your writing is going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. The passion is what's going to glow. That's what's going to actually go to the forefront of what you're doing. but it will be impeded if you do not pay attention to these other aspects. If you ignore your grammar and your vocab, if you don't bother improving as a writer, it doesn't matter how passionate you are. If you literally cannot explain a scene to your reader, then they're not going to be able to follow. They're not going to understand. It isn't an easy thing getting everything perfectly put on the paper in a way that any and every reader can understand, but with time, you will get better and your work will improve. Now here's another quote from Stephen King. While it is impossible to make a competent writer out of a bad writer, it is possible, with lots of hard work, dedication, and timely help, to make a good writer out of a merely competent one. Now, before this, he defined 4 types of writers, and a bad writer, keep this in mind, don't consider yourself a bad writer. What he calls a bad writer is someone who is ignorant of their writing. It's someone who believes that their shit doesn't stink. It's someone who believes they're writing slam poetry or some other trite, and they don't think that anything is wrong with their writing. That's a bad writer. And in his eyes, it's impossible to make a competent writer out of a bad writer because they are so self-unaware that they are not capable of making that realization or deciding that they need to improve. But if you are competent, you absolutely can become good. But that takes hard work, dedication, and timely help. For your next steps, if you are interested in getting started as a writer, as I mentioned earlier, the purpose was just to get you started. There are loads of avenues that you can take to improve your writing. The first part is just doing it, right? The next is refining your work and making it better. So we've gotten some words on the paper. We are going to keep working toward getting better as writers. It's going to take time. It's going to take effort. There are tons and tons and tons of lessons out there, things that you can learn. I do encourage you all, if you're ever interested, you can check out my workshops. They're going on Wednesday nights at 7 o'clock Central. There's an event on the Discord. For my workshops, I will usually try to start with a lesson or even just a Q&A time where people can just kind of like rattle off some questions and we can talk for a while. And then I cover people's writing. And again, I try not to be a dick, but every once in a while we'll be a little sassy. We have fun, but we are there to make each other better as writers. We're not there to make fun of or tear people down or make people feel bad. That's not the intent. The intent is to help people improve as authors, and hopefully that's what people get out of it. So, anyway, a couple of helpful resources if you're interested. There's a website called helpingwritersbecomeauthors.com. There's some hippy-dippy lady who did it. She sells a book or something. I don't give a shit about the book. She has a ton of articles on the page that are really interesting. They're bite-sized, and they kind of talk through different aspects of how you can improve your writing. Again, I don't agree with every single thing she says. This is part of, as you learn and as you grow, you're going to figure out what works and what doesn't for you. But reading some short articles and getting started can absolutely be helpful. Again, that website's decent. And then again, Stephen King's On Writing, I would recommend. It's a good solid book to get started, to get some fundamentals, and to kind of get an understanding of how to become a more competent writer. There you go. Thank you for the time call out, Maxell. I was just wrapping up. But that is everything. Does anyone have any questions about anything we talked about today? Well, we managed to keep 43 people. We dropped from like 60. We kept some. It's not bad. 65.
You still need that ping, Max?
Can you expect me to present next year? I guarantee that Lurker is going to, a few days before it goes on, he's going to say, someone dropped out, I need someone to fill a slot.
No, that's usually how it goes.
So most likely.
It's usually how it goes.
How many works are stuck in concept limbo for me? No, none. I do not have a backlog of concept limbo. I write. I actually put my fingers on the keyboard and move them. So at this exact moment, I only have 2 things that I'm working on. I'm working on the second book in the Old York Tone series, and then I'm working on fan fiction, like just another kind of short fan fiction. But both of those are being actively worked on. Neither of them are in limbo. Let me lecture about how to finish your dog shit writing. True. Yeah, next year I'm still going to be working on book 2. I'll be like, God damn it. This is what the presentation's about. It's about I suck. Also, check out my writing if you want to. Can you join workshop as a musician? No. What? It's a writer's workshop. What do you want our help with? You gonna play the guitar for 3 minutes and we're just gonna say, good job. I don't think any of us are musicians. What critical feedback could we offer?
Stop, man. You have to write music, though, before you perform it. You have to write the music.
My meds and aloe. Yes, I'm gonna keep peeling like a freaking snake. Anyway, thanks everybody for attending. Appreciate you all. Again, check out the workshop if you want. Check out Kinda Blue if you want. I don't care. That's it.
Thank you very much, Starman. And
y'all are good people. Thanks for coming by. Poems? Ugh. Ugh, poems. Yuck. Lurker, who's up next?
Can you guys hear me?
I can't hear you, Lurker. Oh, wait. I know why I can't hear you. I got my headset turned off. Alright, what'd you say?
Okay. Never mind. I was wondering what was up with that.
I go through, I use a Blue Yeti for the voice side, so since nothing was happening on my headset, it just timed out after a while. I'm sorry. Did you ask me something earlier?
No. I made like a dummy voice and I said, but stop, man, you have to write music.
Oh, I see.
But, I was just gonna say real quick, I said this last year. When I first joined the community, I went to Writer's Workshop and really helped me out when I was getting started in this whole snooty thing. So highly recommend.
I didn't bully you too hard? Is that what you're saying?
No, you didn't. I think you gave me very good criticism.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Every once in a while, I hear through the grapevine, someone's like, I hate that Starman guy. He was mean to me. It's like, oh, okay.
I've had people trauma dump to me about it. I've had that happen.
Oh! Uh-oh! Whoops.
But no, I think I was fine with it. All right. But thank you again. You mean you're part of the thing, so I'm not going to take you down.
Yeah. Let me get my screen pulled over again so I can get the recording continuing.
All right, and please welcome the next team. Let me get them up here.
Hello.
Hello and welcome. Take it away, guys.
Hi. So it's been a year. I'm the guy behind Veni Vidi Suicidi. I got this guy last year.
Hello.
And this year, we have another presentation for you. So, once again, I reintroduce you to Veni Vidi Suicidi. So who is this guy? This guy referring to me. My name is Troll Munal. I am the project lead and lead writer for the Veni Vidi Suicidi project. We are here today to drum up appeal and draw attention to our project, as well as to showcase the growth that our team has had beyond myself and our concept artist, Shiny Blue. As a project, we've been in the works for about a year now, though technically a year before that as well. And while we are in our youth, we actually have a surprising amount of stuff to show off today. So what is Veni Vidi Suicidi? Veni Vidi Suicidi, I came, I saw, I fell, in Latin, is a passion project being worked on by myself and my team. We're beginning the story in Southern Dinofornia, where our lead protagonist is beginning college a year after his graduation. We're going to be getting into who our characters are, the plans for the story, and some art of our characters.
Or maybe a surprise or two.
Yes. So let me set the stage. Welcome to Southern California University, home to a diverse student body with a rich history of cultural influence. SDU is the premier university for those in the economics and business majors of the region. It's also home to some of the most apathetic students known to man and soar alike. With its large campus and party culture, oh my god. With its large campus and party culture, you'll be following an introvert out of his depth figuring his way through it all. However, the story won't only be on the campus. Ignore the fuck up in the writing there. The greater setting. We will also be following the story through the seasons, visiting a few of the many different biomes you can see in Southern California, as well as a few of its famous landmarks. The deserts in bloom, the snowy mountains, tide pools and beaches. We'll be seeing plenty of beautiful locations throughout the seasons as our cast finds free time outside of the campus. But of course, our cast, the pride and joy of our project, will be presenting some of the major players with updated sprites. If you were here last year, you'll recognize some of these characters, but we're also introducing a few new faces. Come Q&A, we will also be happy to answer a few questions about more minor characters that we couldn't find a way to reasonably fit into the slideshow. But considering that these bios were written up by my lovely assistant here, Jamalam, he's going to be doing the reading of these.
Hello, I am Gemalem. I am the secondary writer for this project. I also go by Sanzoko Dibien if you want to find me online. But yep, I did most of the writing on these bios, and I am very happy with how they turned out. Alright. Protag Onist. Listless and mentally drifting after a rather depressing high school graduation, Protag is directionless, classless, and just about done with life. So when his parents locked him out for a day and said, "It's college or the streets," he went kicking and screaming, sending every application he could, before landing at Southern California University. Protag doesn't really have a plan going into college, expecting to go with the flow, and more than likely getting dragged into other people's plans. Hopefully he can change that. Hopefully. Sierra Mist. Tall, standoffish, and short-tempered, Sierra is the kind of person who does not trust easy, so much so that she tends to self-isolate. Doesn't help that she doesn't do well with confrontation, especially with people she's close to. Her solution? Just avoid getting close. Thing is, beneath all of that rough and quiet exterior is a straight-A student who really does care. She just can't seem to express it properly. Alice Mist. The self-appointed queen of her own little clique, Alice is the kind of person who weasels her way into what she wants, and then causes trouble on the way out just for the kicks. A comfortably funded smoker, Alice is more than a bit unfulfilled at this point in her life. She wants someone to challenge her, despite being completely willing to lord herself over those she sees as beneath her. Perhaps if someone were to challenge her, then there could be some change in her way of doing things. Maybe. Renard Fields. Short, energetic, and unabashedly willing to get on everyone's nerves. Renard is the kind of person who'd give you the shirt off his back, then ask if you're so poor that you need it. The number one stooge for her ladyship Alice, Renard as a companion provides endless entertainment to her group of friends, if only because he is a bundle of energy, racism, and insight, wrapped in a small, scaly package that aims at all in the wrong or right directions. Notably, that distinction depends on who you ask. Liam Cornelius. Texan, Protestant, and proud to be both. Liam is the kind of guy you'd want on your side, even if his head stays firmly in the clouds most of the time. A family man and mama's boy, Liam will let you know really quick whether he appreciates you as a person. If he likes you, he'll listen real well. Well, he'll do that anyway. He'll give you some actually good advice. No, wait, he'll do that too. Though don't expect him to be reliable all the time. An empty head often leaves something to be desired in social situations and arguments. Look at that big boy.
Yeah.
But wait, there's more! Take it away, Troll.
Snoot Con was what really helped me and my team get together, and we've been working hard to get something ready for this year's Snoot Con. You guys were the reason I was able to get my start. And because of that, I knew that I had to have something ready for y'all. So, it is with great joy that I present to you Veni Vidi Secedi's first foray into the visual format and Ren'Py.
Did the stream just die?
Did the stream just die? Troll, you still there? Ah,
That
good
was
old
my
just.
bad. Technical difficulties.
Hey, it ain't Snoot Con without some scuff, huh?
Yeah.
You could say that again.
Where were we?
Okay. We were on Liam's major, I believe. Oh no, it was pro tags.
Okay, I'll just start us back up here. Give me one moment.
There we go.
God damn.
It's all good, man. Take your time. Take your
That
time.
ain't ready yet. Okay, there we go. We're good. So that was that. Yeah. Moving on from the video, because that isn't actually the end of our presentation. Theming and context. Veni Vidi as a concept focused on the struggles I've personally dealt with. Those struggles and that concept are still the brick and mortar foundation on which our story is built. Moving on from the past, rediscovering meaning when your old one is lost, retaking control of your life when you've just been spiraling in, genuine sincerity, how precious it is, how it needs to be cherished. Relationships go both ways, even and especially in friendships. Protag, Alice, and Sierra were all built from the ground up on these themes, as well as the consequences of ignoring them. These struggles are things that I believe many have experienced or will experience in life, and I want to let those people know that they aren't alone with this story. We do have a path sort of planned out. Over the course of the story, which will be Protag's first year in college, we're going to have 54 chapters total. 15 chapters for the pre-route path, during which your actions will determine which route you lock into at the turning point 15th chapter, from which, depending on your decisions, you'll either get Sierra's route or Alice's route. And from there, the traditional E1 through 4 with both girls. Bonus epilogue chapter. The overall length is planned to be about 1.5 Snoot games. With this all being said and done, I would like to thank my team members, Shiny Blue, Dr. Buckler, Icon the Aegis, Eurofighter, Jamalam, and Friendly Shinobi for their assistance with this project. Without them, I probably would have only ended up writing this on AO3, instead of actually working towards seeing it through as a visual novel project. We do still need some more people in our team, as we are looking for background artists, sprite artists, and at least another coder. Eurofighter is doing his best, but he is swamped with what we need from him. So if any are interested, please, please, please hit me up in my DMs. That will cover just about everything, and we can get into questions and answers. Thank you for your time.
All right. Do you guys want to read questions at your own pace, or?
Jamalam, did you?
I haven't spotted many serious ones. I already got Floppa off at the pass, so that question's been answered.
Good on you.
Mobile port? No idea. No idea about that one. Okay, Floppa has another one. Ugh.
Sure, Maxwell. I'm curious what you got for me. Free Floppa.
There you go, Floppa. 3.
And yes, we do plan to get a mobile port ready. Eventually. This was more bonus content than actually a part of the story. This was us doing what we could to get out there and have something ready. We wanted to show off that we're doing things, you know? When we do get background artists, we would like them to be drawn. Ideally, we won't be using blurred out stock photos like we did for this. Yeah, effectively. We do plan to get more art for almost everything. Text boxes, more sprites. We still have a lot.
I got a friend of mine actually in the chat saying, "Are you going to be opening anything to help with funding?"
I wouldn't feel right opening any form of funding right now. But eventually it is at least in the plans. I don't intend for the game to be something that you have to buy when it's finished. But getting support along the way would be an immense help, and that's sort of where I want it to be. Once we have a few chapters worth of demo, maybe 3 chapters set up for a demo, it's at that point that I wouldn't feel too bad setting up some kind of funding. Okay, as for Maxwell,
It's very interesting critique, actually.
aside from polite good luck and such, happy to see that you came a long way, but I also have my own worries about the fact what art direction you might have taken and how that might not resonate with a lot of snooters that have comparisons to Caveman On's works and various fan games and fan mods. I'm not certain I understand the art direction quote there. Is this relating to the backgrounds? Which
I think
is
he's talking
probably-
about the characters. I think they're talking about how the characters might look a little similar to the style of Caveman On, while also departing from it. I'm not exactly understanding the critique, but I think he's talking about the characters. Yeah,
it's inspired by, but it's not meant
If
to
I
be a copy of.
I saw some people talking about this. I think they were talking about the fact that the entire character sprite is visible. Well, usually how people do it is the sprite gets cut off at the feet.
Yeah, this was very much a limitation of our understanding of Ren'Py.
If you need any help, just ask. I mean, we got plenty of people in mod dev who would be willing to give pointers and help out. And I happen to know how to program Ren'Py, so if you ever need questions, just DM me.
All right, there's one for you, Troll. Are Alice and Sierra still going to be around in the other's route?
Oh, absolutely. They're siblings. You can't avoid one if you're with the other. Generally speaking.
All right, here's another one. What character do you think will be the most hated of them all?
Hated? Probably not one that has been shown. Probably Candy.
Yes. I think y'all are gonna love Candy.
She's going to be probably very controversial. Last year, our narrative was about the same. I have not changed any of my goals with this project in terms of length and all that. I still want us to have 54 total chapters, with 45 for 15 for before a route, 15 for either path, and an epilogue ending chapter. I do also want to eventually do bonus content because I have made this cast with the explicit purpose of having chemistry that is fun. So I want to be able to explore that through bonus content.
Uh,
By
okay.
hour.
So that would mean like, well, how long was Snoot Game?
Yeah, that's. I don't remember Snoot Game's hour length. I had
I
just
think it
planned
was give or take 6 hours about.
So by your own statement, that would
About
put the
9.
length at, yeah.
About 9 without including the bonus content that is not yet at all locked in, but I plan to make. So Snoot Game was 14 chapters by its own rules. Huh. The more you know.
Makes me curious how long Wani was.
Platforms. Probably Steam and Itch. I, as mentioned, do plan for the finished product to be free. With, I might include like a paid bonus content at the end with some of our insights into the writing process and all that when we get there. But I don't really know if there's a plan for any paid bonus content at all. This is my start, and more than anything, it is a passion project. I mean, if I can get paid for doing it, that would be awesome. I would be glad to accept the help. So,
What is Protag's favorite food?
junk food, trash.
That-
Have you ever looked into a vending machine and seen something that you're like, why the fuck is that in there? Who gets that? Protag gets it. Protag gets it and he enjoys it. Okay, on Steam, regardless of the fact it's paid or not, that's about $100 at least. I see. Probably just itch.
Ooh, man.
Yes, Protag is something along the lines of a trash raccoon. What sorts of lows are we going to see with E1? I want to still capture the absolute misery that Snoot, Wani, all of these have with their E1s, but I also don't want to go overboard. I have found that it is harder for me to write the endings right now because I have not yet started writing the paths for the girls. But probably worse than Wani, but a little bit less. I don't think I could match Snoot Games E1.
Oh boy, yeah. Got that right. I don't think you need to by Mr. Java.
Yeah. I want them to be a proper tragedy. the name Veni Vidi Secidi is meant to be double entendre no matter which ending you get to still fit. Protag thinks
Protag drink?
beer tastes like piss. He has tried it. He does not like it. No.
And for those of you who don't know, Veni Vidi Secidi is I came, I saw, and I fell.
Yeah.
In Latin?
Latin. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the funny thing. Protag, at least at the start, is meant to be going in for a history major. The entire joke there was, this is not going to be the case now. This was the initial concept, was Protag being all about the Roman Empire. Because of the meme. Fucking guys, when you ask them about the Roman Empire. He has grown beyond that. So much so that the history major is not planned to be the ending goal in any of his stories. Expected time frame of release. If I can get more sprites, more background, if I can get some sprite artists and background artists properly in the team, and some coders, because I don't feel right putting all the weight on Euro's back. I would like to have a demo out by either next year. Yeah, no, by about next year. Yes, Floppa. It could be I fell in love or I fell down the stairs. But yeah, year. If I ignore my own deadline, probably year and a half, Maxel. For the demo. Is there a reason why he's bald? He thinks he looks ugly when he has hair. Do I have simians present in the game? There will be simians included in the game, yes. Is racial segregation present? So, the setting, rather unsubtly, is based off of Southern California. We're a pretty big melting pot. So, it's actually a planned feature. No, that's a secret. I can't reveal that just yet. Do we have our own Trish/Mia? Yeah, Candy. She's mostly going to be an issue in Alice's route, though. Will I return on next Snoot Con? Yes, absolutely. Do you use XP characters in a similar vein like Snoot or only references? XP characters?
I'm still new to this too. I don't know what that is.
Are we talking characters that are references to outside media? Like Karlowski or Karladewski, right? Yes, we do plan to have a couple of them. We probably won't be referencing the same material, as I'm going to be frank, my pool of references is a little bit different from Snoot and all that. What I can confirm is that there will be the Pillarmen.
Oh no. That's news to me, and boy howdy.
Yes, for real. It's not a bit. All 3 of them. Okay, problematic content?
It says it's a meme, so I wouldn't worry about that.
Oh. No, not quite. XP exported character, deliberately based on an older established character. Yeah. Yeah, we have a couple of those. Oh. Though, I do hope that the joke is understood with what I did with them. I think it's clever. And I know that my writing is God's gift to the world. However, I am perfectly ready for it to be crucified. So, what other?
I think crucifixion is the finest form of flattery.
See, that was a joke because earlier during Starman's, never mind. If I have to explain it, I killed my own joke. Anyway, any other questions? I've still got lots of answers just ready to go in case the right questions get asked.
I have one. I forget if this was answered last year or already this time, but could you tell us a little bit about the character designs and like the species that you picked?
Yes. So, when I got started, I was like, dinosaurs. I love dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are awesome. I'm a big fucking dinosaur nerd. Even before Snoot Game, I know, wild concept. Grew up on like Fossil Fighters, the fucking Minecraft dinosaur mod, all that crap. So when I came in and I saw Raptor, Triceratops, Parasaur, Pteranodon, another Pteranodon, Brontosaurus, hybrid, interesting concept. I like that one. I'm going to steal it. Who else was there in Wani? Gator.
Baryonyx,
Baryonyx.
Spinosaurus.
And yeah, Baryonyx, Spinosaurus, and Dilophosaurus. I said to myself, wow, those are all the basic dinos everybody knows. Not to throw shame or shade or anything, but I said, I want to include some of the less well-known dinosaurs. So far on the cast, we have we have the Allosaurs, Alice, Sierra, their mother. We have a Hypsilophodon in the form of Jonah. We have Liam as a Quetzalcoatlus. We have Renard as a Dimorphodon. We have James. We have our James, no relation, who is a Altispinax. I'm pretty sure that their scientific name was a little bit longer than that, but the humpback T-Rexes, effectively, they were a thing. Look them up. An Elasmosaurus, a Pterospondylus. We've got a bunch. Because I wanted to show off more dinos.
I think it's a valid reason.
Yeah.
Thank you. I agree. I like seeing new takes on different dino species in this community.
Yes. DJ, hit me up in the DMs later. I might need you for Alice's route. Anyway, you were saying? Oh, and Annabelle, an Elasmosaurus. Yes, thank you, Euro. You helped me remember where even I forget.
All right. Looking through chat again, we have any mentor figures that are common in these types of games.
Actually, yes. And I did go with something a little bit more. There are planned to be 2 major mentor figures. One who is a mentor who actually is supposed to represent a proper mentorly figure. The other is sort of meant to show what a vapid mentor figure who doesn't actually care that much, but has to put on appearances. So I like the usual formulas, but I also like to show what can happen if you take those formulas and you twist them and you turn them on their heads sometimes. But because I actually like them as well, I decided why not both.
All right. We got a couple more from Maxo. First one, what is your biggest wish regarding the project aside from your own satisfaction of finishing it when it comes to it?
Where's that one? Okay. Biggest wish regarding the project. Besides seeing it through to the end, if, and this is a big if, but I know the Snoot community has provided before, if I could get any amount of animations in there, that would be a huge wish. I do also want and plan for us to have a theme song not unlike Wani. That's another big wish. I have 3 big wishes. I'm using my genie right now. And the biggest and most important wish, and the one that I think is most feasible, I want CGs that hit just as hard as Wani and Snoot game. Do I plan to cross-post news here on server or keep it more closed in my own areas? I kind of want to show off sprites more as I get them, because that's a great way of keeping attention on the project and keeping a fire lit under my own ass. So, yes, to an extent there will be cross-posting, and yes, there will be uploading to the Buru, but even now, the sprites that we currently have and our concepts are still closer to concept art than anything else. Because, as you might have noticed from the video, I kind of got these sprites because I was like, ooh, that pose sounds fun, and then I commissioned it. And then I realized when we were making the video, oh, I forgot neutrals and general angries and general sads and general confused for most of these characters. So, oh, by my expectations, how many scenes are CG worthy? Just from the first chapter that I have already ready, which I'm not sharing yet, patience. A lot. A lot of them. It's hard for me to put a direct number to it. Probably 8 or 9 from the first chapter. You know, it is funny hearing about off-brands. We do also have plans for our own off-brand references to, you know, products and brands that are around, because I enjoy tongue-in-cheek like that. So uh, 7 minutes left. Any last minute questions? Oh wait.
I wanna say something really quick that we're gonna have a slight schedule change. So basically, let me explain something really quick. The person who was supposed to come next, they they dropped out, or I forget if it was just an open slot, right? So I was gonna ask the last person to go early. They can't go early. So if you want some extra time to answer questions, go ahead.
Oh baby! Yeah, I can answer more questions. I've got nothing to do. This was the plan for the day. And then I was going to crash in my bed after finally getting the adrenaline out of my system because I was nervous as hell.
But yeah,
But
feel
if
free
I
to
did it,
take
y'all
a
can do it.
couple extra minutes to answer questions.
Absolutely,
I
gladly.
think Nexel asked a few more.
And then I got a general question upwards. Go ahead.
Yeah. Are there any fan games or mods I am excited for, be it from this year's or the previous one? Yeah. I am going to be honest, I'm a lot less familiar with the modding scene. I have played a couple, but I'm not exactly up to date with the mods for Snoot Game or Wani. I am keeping track of devlog, what words can't say, take me with you. What else? I'm in a bunch of the servers. I'm following a bunch of them. Mimi, yeah. I really hope Mimi gets more soon. I want more content. I'm starved for it. Mimi is really cute.
You and me both, lad.
Yeah.
Well, hey,
yeah.
you guys should harass Roach. don't actually harass Roach. I mean, I'm joking, but
I would never.
you guys should, all you little snooters should go to Roach and be like, Roach, please go to Snoot Club. Please go to Snoot Con next year, because I asked him, and it wasn't that he wasn't able to make it. He just didn't want to, sadly. But I too very much like his work. I'd like him if he could show up.
Yeah. Do I play any non-anthro or anthro via? Yes, actually. Obviously Snoot and Wani, but I also have been meaning to, but I did play through and nearly complete Sawa Shoujo, which is another big inspiration for my project, even before Snoot and Wani were. So
Honestly, I still need to play that.
yes, you do. Bastard.
Hey, my parents are happily married, thank you.
Can't relate. Do I expect that my characters are gonna be drawn as much as the... I can't say. I intend for them to be appealing to the community, because I want to lure the community into providing fan art, and I wish to say, yes, it is glorious as I observe, tapping my fingers together like an evil mastermind, as though this isn't something they wanted to do. See ya, Euro.
The earlier question, more of a basic one. Everybody's favorite music, character's favorite music.
That's a tough one.
Do protag. They were asking specifically.
So the story is planned to take place in an alternate version of roughly 2025, 2024. And protag, being 20-something has like the edgy pop from like the 2010s. It's that. It's mostly that. That as well as like 3 Days Grace. He's an edgy boy.
Cassium. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I do plan to actively sort of plan around Protag, Alice, and Sierra's music tastes, as I kind of wanted them to inform their roots through the music of their paths. But it's gonna... I'm sorry, I saw penis. God damn it, Buckler. Where was I? I got distracted.
Music tastes. Locking in with the music of the pads.
Yeah. I wanted Alice's path to be a lighter path in terms of music. Sierra's to be a bit heavier, but more... What's it called? I'm terrible with music. I know it when I'm listening to it, but I don't for the life of my words. Words hard when music. Words hard when music. That's what I'm sticking to. Maxwell has more questions.
Don't answer the first one.
I'm not answering the first one. Where did my team name come from? So, the team name that we settled on as a group, Team Common Theme, was just kind of decided. What was our logic behind it? Do you remember, Jim?
I don't actually.
I wanted it to be catchy, but there was actual reason behind it, and I can't for the life of me remember it now.
No, I've been kind of trapped in the basement, so you guys haven't been telling me that much about the team name, so...
We decided on Team Common Theme because it was the common theme we decided we liked. Name one singular favorite dino, period. That one's going to take some time for me to think about. Have I ever read hit game book Bonds? I have not. I'm sorry. Is your game going to be woke? No, there's going to be plenty of slurs.
Awesome.
In lore slurs, of course, not, bad slurs. The kind we can get away with.
Cassium has a question. Top 4 characters in our game.
Top 4 characters?
I think your favorites.
That's easy. I'm gonna be going in descending order, so we're starting at my least favoritist. Liam, I love Liam. He is one of my precious boys, but he gets the honorable mention award. Alice was not originally going to be one of the roots. She was just going to be the sister of Sierra, and she was going to be actually more in a Trish role. But then I started writing, and I said, oh god damn it, she's fun. Oh god damn it, I enjoy writing her. Oh god damn it, I'm starting plans for a second route. So that's how she got to 3rd place. Sierra is by far... She is the base of this project. Protagonist came after she did. I wanted big tomboy energy, big rough exterior, big woman. She's planned to be 6'8".
8?
6'8".
Wait, oh my gosh.
Protag is planned to be 6'4".
What the heck? Everybody's tall at this school.
Yes,
yep,
tall characters. They're dinos, except for Renard, because Renard is 4 foot nothing. Protag is based off of a certain beanpole that I know in real life that I'm not naming names, but is probably someone standing here in this front stage. Someone. Possibly.
First, number one character.
Yeah, Renard. Renard is my favorite character. I made him. He was never intended to be exactly what he has become. He is a little shit. He is wildly entertaining. I intend for him to unironically be the nicest of all of the characters, even more so than Liam. And I'm gonna have so much fun writing all of the quips that he makes. I love writing Liam.
Yeah, Renard.
I love writing. I love writing Renard, typically because Liam and him are going to have some very fun and entertaining interactions.
All right. Maxwell has another question, but before we get into that, sorry, Troll, I'm not trying to take over, but we have a request to speak by Mr. Mags over here.
Absolutely, go ahead.
No, wait, he's next. So he's just primed and ready. Don't worry about that.
He's primed and ready.
Wow, he's pulling the hammer back already. All right.
No, Floppa, that's someone else in the cast. Don't worry about it. If you finish the project, do you plan to move/merge with any other teams or projects with my experience, or is it mostly one and done? I want to make more. I don't want this to be the only visual novel I make. I want this to be the first and free visual novel that I make. But I do want, in an ideal world, to write stories and that be my living.
Oh, man.
But
same.
Given how expensive things are, I'm uncertain if that will be the case. As for merging with or moving on to other projects, I don't know. We'll have to see by the end if things have held together, because I don't know if we'll end up... I have faith in everybody in my current team.
Aw, thanks.
But I also don't know if that will forever last. Because people change. And I don't know if artistic vision is going to be an issue or something. So, favorite woman archetype? Big woman. Crush me. Here. I have a quote for this. I love a woman that will actually just fucking kill me. Did I read any fan fictions from the wider community? I started to read a couple, but I actually do need to actually read more of them. I want to read more of them because reading fun, reading, as Starman has stated, helps you write better. And I do a lot of reading, though I need to work on my writing in terms of doing more. But and do I fear oversaturation of the genre? I think that it is saturated, but I'm gonna be honest. It's saturated with a multitude of different viewpoints. No, with some notable exceptions, no two Snootiverses are the same. As far as I can tell. They all have their own unique vision of things. And they want to go off of that unique vision of things. We have a bunch of demos and a bunch of projects that are started, but we have 2 finished games so far. And even then, just thinking about it, it's not like I intend to fully lock myself into a Snootiverse only visual novel perspective. The eventual plan is to branch out from just dinos. They're probably always going to be there because dinos are awesome. But yeah.
Question from Bobby. Any major twists in mind? Well, I think this is a Snoot game, so yes?
There's a lot of plans for twists, trivia, callbacks, even just in the text to prior events, and you're going to be playing two different paths. You're going to get to see what different perspectives were like in different paths, while the other events are still sort of going on. And, I mean, if anyone was paying attention, there is a bit of a twist already, you know. I don't know if anybody noticed the E0 between if you don't manage between Alice and Sierra's paths. But there is an E0 planned. So I don't know if that necessarily counts as enough of a twist, but yeah, there's a lot of plans.
I'll say that that's actually kind of interesting because most visual novels that are actually like dating sims, I've noticed they do have like a neutral ending or a E0 if we're to put it into a Snoot context because you know, if you're balancing all these different characters and you don't actually get one, then you're just, you know, it's nothing. You get the nothing ending
Yep.
of a lot of these games.
Which, yeah, it is very much planned to be just that. It is the you don't succeed in getting with. There's going to be growth for ProTag simply by locking into a path. If ProTag doesn't manage to grow at all throughout the entire course of the first 15 chapters, congrats. Have fun in E0.
Do you guys still want to answer some questions or what do you guys want to do?
I'm just. But I just. I mean.
What he means to say is he's locked in. If people have more questions, he's fully willing to answer them.
All right, more time to you then.
If I'm booed off the stage, I will gladly take my exit, but until I have overstayed my welcome, I will sit here in my chair with my lollipop and spinny top hat and sit here completely innocently. How diverse is your team in terms of people being from different countries? Well, I know that Buckler is from somewhere, Euro is from somewhere else. I'm from the States. Jamalam is from a different part of the States.
Hello.
Icon isn't so much a member of the team as much as a person that I bounce ideas off of, who inspired me to make the project in the first place.
So
hold on. I've got to play the whole presentation again for Yoda. Veni Vidi Secidi, Yoda. I might share the sprites, though. I do think I should do that whilst I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Eurofighter is Germany. Yep.
Wait a minute, German?
Yes.
Stupid
Uh,
Captain America video.
Oh, another freebie that I'll give out. Y'all might have noticed that there was a general voice for when the characters were talking. In the finished product, we want that to be individual voices for characters to differentiate who's talking. Because we do plan for it to not always be immediately obvious who's talking. At least in terms of you won't see them on screen, but I want you to be able to tell who's talking at all times, no matter what. If you're observant enough of the voices. Let's see here. Is there anything else? Because there's trivia that I don't want to necessarily give away. I need to keep some mystique about our project, otherwise people will just make it themselves. I am struggling to come up with anything myself. Maxwell's out of questions for me. Jamlam, my totally not biased assistant, you got any questions you want to ask that I can't think of?
No,
Penguin
somebody.
is a reference to Linux.
Someone ask me a question. How long are you on the SC? How long have I been on Snoot Club? Sorry guys, I guess I have a question. I don't know. I've been here since 2023.
Questions is questions. Didn't say they necessarily had to be for us. I just said that I was just asking if there were any questions.
I just wasn't expected to get one.
I don't think so, Yoda. Because that would imply that Yoda is
Correlation, not
yogurt.
causation. What is the second symbol on line 90 of the presentation scene script? That's some pretty heavy spoilers.
Sorry, what?
Nice try, motherfucker. Even I don't remember what that line was.
I'm confused.
Okay. I think if all the questions have been asked, thoughts on Linux? It's the better operating system than anything Microsoft has, but I'm too brain dumb to use it. That's why two of the characters in the story have Penguin. Penguin is a reference to Linux. You know. And no, I won't spell out my own references. God damn it. Okay. Oh, Maxwell has sandwich and water. Do you have more questions then, or do you just have food? Okay, one more is one more. Am I going to optimize the game for your Nintendo DSi? If we could make cartridges for the fucking Nintendo DSi, I don't know what kind of a stretch goal I would have to set up for that. That would be so fucking funny. That would probably be really complex, though. I don't think we can. Okay. this will probably be the last question from Maxwell, and then I think we can comfortably step down from the stage. Are you considering career as game dev, assuming your project lands you wanting levels of support? Theoretical question, because I gotta view you with healthy does of pessimism. I want. That's the dream. That is the dream. But honestly, I would more rather be a writer than necessarily game dev. I would be down to work on more games by writing, but I don't know if I would necessarily consider myself dev material. Okay. Thank you for all your time. It was so helpful getting all these questions, getting this out there. You guys are the fucking best.
Thank you for returning, being one of our returners from last year.
And I am glad to, and I will be happy to do it again next year.
Thank you, everybody that's been Troll and Jambla. I hope I said. How do I say your names? Jambalam. There we go. Okay.
Damn a lamb.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right. Oh, Super Blue Shift wants to speak again. Hold on. I'll pull you up in a second. Mags, hold on. What's up?
You guys have a free hour, right?
Well, we had something planned.
Oh, no, of course. You want to see me do breaks?
Do what?
Breaks. Oh.
We're gonna... Yeah, okay, hold on. Okay. All you snooters, would you rather watch what Mags has planned, or would you rather watch this dude do work on breaks for an hour? Or not an hour, literally, but
Better make the right choice.
Someone wants both.
You just have me up in the background. I won't talk.
You know what? Hold on. Okay. Let's bring you up here. And
Hello. I'm back. How are y'all doing?
DJ, let me grab him.
Yep. We are back. So this wasn't planned. This was kind of, I saw that you guys had a free hour, wondered what was going on. And I know that you said that we're gonna reach out to a few people, but unfortunately they weren't able to make it. So why not just go through our prologue a little bit with y'all here? Get to explain a bit about how the development process went. Just kind of go through it, showcase some things. Everything is subject to change, but we're gonna go through this just a little bit. If y'all want to stay for that, or if you don't want spoilers, either or is fine. It's not really going to be a complete read through. Y'all have to do that on your own because I'm gonna break it up and just kind of explain how things were done. But yeah, we're gonna take a little bit of time. It won't be ridiculously long. This prologue isn't ridiculously long. Just to go through and have some fun. Check out some of the things. But yeah, let's see if I can start streaming my screen, and I'll be answering questions as we go along. So, all right. So here you go. This is our main menu. I don't know if any of you have played through the demo, but yeah, If you have, thank you. I very much appreciate it. We've gotten quite a lot of good feedback from it. People really like the art and the assets, and that's all of the artist team. They've done an incredible job, and just want to thank y'all again for the support. But without any further ado, let's see this. All right, so this prologue starts in after school guided study. Originally, when we were developing this, we thought of the name after school study, but then it would be abbreviated to ASS, and it was juvenile. Everyone had a little joke about it, but we decided to kind of run with that and call it after school guided study, but they dropped the G quite often. But we'll go through. One thing that you'll notice is that every single one of these is completely different, even for the students that are not named, that are background students. See if I can get through this. Would y'all wait? Let me do this real quick. Would y'all rather have me read through it, or would y'all rather just kind of skip through and have it explained so you can do it on your own? It's up to y'all. I'm gonna read
if they're going to have a read through, we can actually switch roles. It goes to that.
Perhaps. Let's see what they say, because I'd rather skip through. Let's see. Dropping G's, going for a bit. Yeah. Do us more comfortable. Yeah. So I'll just kind of go through this a little bit, let you guys read it on your own, because I don't want to take up all of the element of the surprise about it when you're reading through it. But yeah, so this was interesting. Originally, this background didn't have any students, but we decided to put them in. It was kind of hard to layer them so it looked that it fit the perspective, but overall, I think we did a pretty good job at maintaining it, as well as, accounting for the UI itself. Because we had to somehow learn to fit everything in here that it would make sense and look decent enough. Let's see. Some things that were harder were to make the camera angle movement feel like alive and not robotic, because Ren'Py is a beautiful engine that loves to work very well when you tell it to do things. But a lot of this just had to do with how we're going to make all these different shifts of perspective work in a way that it still feels like you're not fucking Terminator. Let's see if I can find this. So over here, Miss Thompson is calling out for librarian's assistant Lumi. We had to kind of, even when she yells out her name, you can see a little sprite change there. We had to kind of blend that in with the background itself and make it so that it still makes sense. But this next line of code was especially hard for our coders to figure out, which is where Lumi goes around, she's passing out the math books, walking around, placing one down, placing another down, and then walking to the other one while still placing another one down. The code just was shitting itself and not working how you wanted it to. But we got it to work somewhat. We'll definitely do some hot fixes later on for the final release of Chapter 1, where everything will be updated and kind of back to as peak and as good as we can get it. You know what I mean? Is Miss Thompson the game's waifu? She can be for you, dog. You wouldn't be the first. The phone was the biggest challenge, because for whatever reason the phone just shits itself all the time. It has such a hard
so
time.
I can kind of explain the situation with the phone. It's probably being bugged like this because it does not handle empty text well, not fully rendered text well, and it used to cause an exception every time people try to skip and click through too fast.
Yeah, if you click
it's still not perfect, but we managed to reduce the amount of bugs it had.
Yeah, we're definitely going to take another look at it and kind of see if we can make a breakthrough with it. I'm going to hit up a few different developers, see if they can take a look at it. It's just if you
I
click
would
through
really
it too
appreciate it.
fast, it's going to just fuck up, unfortunately. In this scene, some people were confused. What happens is Lumi walks over to the desk and kind of drops the book in front of Mags while she's asleep, and that wakes her up. I could not find a sound effect for a book hitting a desk for the life of me. So what we got was that. It was way too hard, but unfortunately we were on a time crunch and kind of had to get out what we could. But this, yeah, here we go. I'm gonna see if we can do this real quick. Yeah. So the phone UI was definitely really difficult, and it was even more difficult to have to figure out how we were going to make this work without it being the huge big text box. Let's see if we can get through that. Another cool thing that you can
If
do
I
is you can
may.
actually, what's up?
The most strange part for me while trying to implement the phone was actually the max hand. It's supposed to be on the front of the phone window instead of usual way the framework we're using, which is Better EMR Phone, handles it, which is like having a background image besides the phone. So about 0% battery, the phone actually picks up the battery from your device that you are running the game from.
Yeah.
So if you are running this on a PC without the battery, it will read 0%.
Yes.
On the laptops, it shows correctly.
Yeah. It's really funny how that works, but yeah, there's a cool little Easter egg that you can do here. You can actually interact with most of these buttons, and what's cool is if you hit airplane mode, it will lock out all these. You can change down the brightness and the volume.
That's
really cool
better
little.
EMR default features. I
Yeah.
honestly haven't done anything with those.
Yeah, it's very cool and very unique. Let's see, I'll let you up when I get home. Yeah. So right there, she's
about
texting.
the foreground of the hand. Sorry for interrupting you again.
All good.
It's kind of funny. All I basically had to do is to change the line that says background image this to foreground image this, and it actually worked.
Yeah. Yeah. So then, see all this. This was also really cool. So again, this comes from the SSX on tour kind of thing. We wanted to do more of a comic book style with a lot of the CGs, where if it's like an action sequence, we did little drawings inside, so it has that dynamic of it being a comic, which you can see here. I think that they come out really smoothly, which is really cool when it works properly. Just looks a lot better. Because it used to just instantly appear on screen rather than sliding in and making it look much smoother. So thank you to Alex from Encore for helping out with that. Yep. Let's get through this a little bit. Another cool thing is when you hit the fast forward, rewind, and back button, they actually kind of move, have a little animation to them. I think that's a super cool little detail.
That's not only when you hit them. If you hold your mouse over them.
Yeah, it's just the little things that I that come in with the details that I think just turn this game so unique. I'm just nerding out over this because I can. Let's see. Now all the other students will start coming in. Characters like Lex actually show up as a thing here because currently Mags does not know her. She just knows her as kind of a bitch. Language, yeah. Breaking shit again, yeah. So these are all just like little things. No, funny thing is that Lex's last name is misspelled, but we're gonna fix that. Don't worry. Her last name is supposed to be Bordeaux, French. So we're gonna fix that later on. That's just a funny little tidbit. The bully girl has. Let's see. The bully girl has the fattest ass and tits. You know what y'all were doing. uh. Let's see. Try not to laugh. God damn it.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, this is the old version. Yeah. This is actually the wrong version. My bad. Yeah. This is the wrong version because we did end up getting a few last sprite fixes. So let me actually grab that real quick. Let's see. I know I have it downloaded in here somewhere.
Wait, is it all free too?
Yeah.
Strange, because it's
That's the right
probably the release version.
Yeah, let's see. You know what? We'll go through it, and if we get to it, then we get to it. And if it's the wrong version, it's the wrong version. No,
Yeah,
it's...
just if it's not the exact one, let me know what.
Yeah,
hasn't
for
been
sure.
Fixed, and I will upload the patch later.
We're very professional here at What Words Can't Say, can't you tell? So, another thing is that we decided to change the font so it looks much more handwritten. Because without it, it just kind of looked very robotic and didn't kind of fit the UI that we were going through for, at least. Yep, so this is Miss Laura Oak. You saw, if you were here yesterday, then you saw her.
Laura.
Yeah. Handy from Miss Thompson. Oh, Tuppy Broad. Yeah. Yeah, is there any announcements? Any more announcements of this one? For What Words Can't Say or for other projects? Because I know that Devlog is after us.
No spoilers.
Yeah. No spoilers regarding ours, but we are going to be much more. We're going to be much more active on our social medias, just kind of updating you with, even if it's just a background or a CG or even a work in progress. We want to be able to showcase that, hey, we've been working on some things. Here's what's coming up. You know, we're not dead. The silent approach, while good to like do a silent drop and have it come out of, you know, completely nowhere, it only works if you do it in tandem of it being not an entire year where people are like not sure what's going on. You know, it was a mixture of both our scheduling and real life after this that kind of made it so that I wasn't as active on social media, but now we're back. We're working our asses off to get this, you know, done. Let's see. I'm going to get through this a little bit, so I'll let you guys... Oh, another thing is that we implemented Mag's, just a little eye roll, which is just a little funny little thing, but I thought it was cool that we were able to implement something like that. Let's see if we can fast forward a little bit.
It's basic ramp, I think. Fast forward can break up this sprite placement.
Yeah, basic ramp stuff. Okay, so yet again another thing of the phone UI. Just wait a bit. Yeah.
Don't click too fast.
Oh, truth nuke. My bad. Yeah. The yapping, chubby, middle-aged woman. Pretty much, yeah. I'm in love with her already. Yeah. I'm glad that people actually took a liking to their designs. You know, we've done a lot of just, you know, from the beginnings to how they turned out now. I think the evolution was just really cool. Let's see if I can get to something that was kind of cool to talk about, because a lot of this is just reading for the most part, but yeah. You got a little bit of the inside view of the school until she makes it outside. A little past 5.
Off topic, but this game also has Russian translation from the start, and we kind of did it that one
Yeah.
Snoot did it, and we have all the backgrounds also translated.
Yeah, I'm currently searching for people to do a Spanish translation. So if anyone here wants to do a Spanish translation, you by all means, my direct messages are open.
Yep. And I will be there to guide you.
Exactly. Yep.
Yep. Yes, the font is
Oh, you're breaking up.
really nice.
Oh God, DJ, you're breaking up, twin.
Nice.
You're speaking through an LG smart fridge. You just realized this now? Okay. Yep. So Eli text. You can. So the whole thing with this, a lot of people are like, "Why is there only two options and they both seem passive aggressive?" We currently wanted to show Mags in all of her flaws and what she's kind of doing to herself. She's not supposed to be perfect right now. Yeah, she's not supposed to be perfect right now, and that's kind of the point. You're in a place before the story starts, so you're going to see all of the things that are kind of going on in her head that aren't rational thinking all the time. Oh, another thing is these were in fact real prices when when we made this. To go back in time.
Oh yeah.
Telltale Games type shit. Yeah, no, I feel it.
Lopez said that he only just now realized Max is bald.
Hey, Merle, shut up. Thank you. No, I'm kidding. What the fuck? Alright, but isn't... Let's see. Another really cool thing is this kind of walk home that we did another kind of CG placement. So all of the music here is going to be replaced at one point or another. Unfortunately, I just haven't had the studio time between my own personal bands that I'm working on and then the stuff for other projects. Just been a bit too busy, but as soon as I can, I'm going to be getting back into the studio and re-recording this by my standards of music. It's nice for sure. It's really nice, but of course I want to have my own soundtrack for my own game. Oof.
It is, actually.
Yeah. It is the right version, my bad. Yep. Let's see here. Yeah, Lazy definitely really did an incredible job on these CGs. He really took it to the next level. You know, of course, this is a collaborative effort between so many different people, but our team is a team of 44. Not everybody's talents were used for the prologue, but for chapter 1, we're going to really be including other art styles and things like that. I really liked how Devlog did that. I thought it was very unique and seemed very community focused, which is a really cool thing. So to have guest artists would be a really cool, just kind of thing I'd like to do for future chapters, for future CGs. It's not all going to be all the time, mostly for special occasions, but for the people that I know from previous work I've done on other things, just kind of finding more and creating our own style that also has guests is something I think would be really cool to do. I love the text box. Yeah, yeah. So honestly, that whole idea. Oh, my bad. Just dropped my microphone. That whole thing was, I believe it was Lazy's idea. But one of our friends from the Was I Right?
Yeah, it was.
Team, was the one who created this text box, and he did an incredible job. And from there, it was just a matter of we're going to detail this out so every single person gets a unique text box. It's going to make our game bigger for sure, but it just adds so much more to it, in my opinion.
Merle saved the life and mentioned Arthur.
Yeah, Archer. Archer did a great job. Thank you so much. He's actually in the audience right now. Thank you so much for that. The Russian fonts is good. Yeah, let me see if I can pull up the Russian translation real quick.
References and Russian. Yeah.
It does still look written, which is very cool.
That was actually a last minute fix.
Yeah, it looks great in my opinion. All right.
But yeah,
Which
I'm
one is it?
really glad
Oh
that I
fuck! Which
did.
one is the options now?
Настройки. Here,
This one?
here.
Okay, there we go.
Fourth.
There we go. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get through. Max's mom. Yes. I got quite a lot of DMs about this. Quite a lot. Yep, there we go. It's already starting.
Has got it go.
No, we're not singing that, twin. Yeah.
Sorry.
She did feel a bit like that, but it's because she works a lot, and you know, that kind of, she's not being an asshole. It's just, you know, when you work, you get into a certain mind space. I'll just say that after having worked 4 jobs at one point, it's just a lot. 4 jobs at once, that is. Yeah, that will be explained later. I can't go too much into that. You will also see more of her in later chapters, of course. But we wanted to keep these interactions brief, so you get a feel for who they are more so than like explaining every little thing. Now, this part right here, I really think is fucking dope. As Mags enters into her room, the CGs actually brighten up the screen into her room, so you get that kind of really cool effect. Whoever coded that, hats off to you. I was very impressed seeing that for the first time. Let's see. So, if you want to take a look at Mags's room, there's quite a few different references that we threw in there, just things that we liked that we wanted to incorporate. These bands, you've got Blasphemy, Bathory, and Old Funeral. Those are 3 bands I personally really love. And I don't know if any of you noticed right here, but you've got a Saurian statue of Revi from Black Lagoon, one of my personal favorite animes. So, now, the soundtrack for Ethereum Runners Frontier, unfortunately, there's not too much dialogue here, so it's not often you're going to hear the full track. But this was a track that I had recorded for a Dungeon Synth music festival that I played live this year. My own project, and I was like, I can repurpose this and put it into this album because, you know, it's my music. But it's really cool because it does fit that kind of sound of a video game theme song. Let's see if I can turn up a little bit. Kind of play. Yeah. Shh. Let's see what you guys are saying real quick. To Max and willing to take can't answer that. I'll let y'all speculate about things because I can't answer them until y'all read them. Since the human has hair. Yeah, so many different characters, especially in Snoot related projects, don't have hair. We decided to give them hair just to kind of separate ourselves and kind of define that, okay, this is a set character. Because his actions aren't always going to align with what you think would be the proper way to go, or and that's on purpose. And you know, you'll see definitely a character evolution as time goes on. And we wanted to make a very defined personality where it doesn't feel just like an NPC that gives you the same 5 voice lines over and over again with no personality. I had to glaze myself a little bit. But one thing that's really cool is as this happens, the music fades out, and then the ambience kind of comes back in. We wanted it to feel like everything around her kind of just shifts, and she loses all focus in what's going on, and like almost the negative thoughts kind of come back because this ambience is very much, you know, it's kind of desolate sounding. I literally took it from a video called 3 a.m. at Grandma's house, which is just like the ambience of what it would be like if you were spending the night at like a relative's house. And it gave like this almost really uncomfortable feeling when listening to it. I was like, it's kind of like one of those universal experiences. So let's see if I can get through this real quick, because I'd love to show the animation work, because it's absolutely incredible. Let's see if I can find this, let y'all read through this in your own. Oops, there we go. See, that happens when, you know, you skip too quickly, unfortunately. But when she gets back, here we go. The ceiling. Now, if you like, look at this, decently high quality. Let's see. Now, this reflection was really, really well done. You're definitely going to see more animated scenes for Chapter 1. We have a few different animators we're going to be working with to kind of bring animated scenes to the game. Let's see. Okay, no one else. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what's funny is that we started working on this in early. Well, I decided I wanted to do this back in, like, I think it was late 2023, early 2024, and we started conceptualizing him around February of 2024. So before we even knew that Ashfall was going to be a thing. And it was kind of like, all this is going to kind of set us apart because he has hair. And then Astral gets announced, and I saw that he has hair. It's like, damn it! But, you know, they're two very distinct characters who are completely different. But, yes. Let's go through this. It wasn't going to be a long time. I just wanted to kind of showcase a little bit about what's going on. You guys, I would love for you to read it through yourself. I didn't want to show too much of what goes on before Chapter 1. Chapter 1 is going to be a much, much longer. You'll see almost all of the other characters, and it'll really kind of come together. Please stick with us. Thank you so much for the support you've given us on this prologue already. It's meant the world to all of us. Show the oh yes, we have translated backgrounds. So our backgrounds got translated. If you actually look, let's see.
Here.
Yeah, preferences.
Fourth option, remember.
Yeah. Our backgrounds are also translated.
Oh wait, why?
Oh, that one's not
I
translated.
uploaded
That's okay.
this.
But we did translate our backgrounds in other scenes. Let's see if we can get through this.
Was it because it was already loaded, the asset?
Probably. Maybe. I'm not sure, but
It shouldn't. It actually it's probably because you haven't downloaded the fix that I had uploaded. Because I actually fixed that.
Oh, he fixed it. Okay. Yeah, no, that happened right after Snoot Con, I think, and you probably implemented that afterwards. So this is before. This is the one that I had downloaded before then.
So yeah,
but all of our all of our backgrounds are in fact translated, which
the posters are translated if you take a look at them.
Yeah, the front of the school, and that will stick with. That'll be
like the second background that is switching. It's also translated if you take a look at it.
Yeah, let's see. Let's just press that. Yeah.
Here, the text on the flags is translated.
Yeah.
Some other stuff is translated.
Yeah. I got so much shit for calling this for calling it that. Yeah, but just very cool, small little details that really kind of plus rep from Russians, yeah. For one, human protagonist. All right, yeah. So I'll get through this. I believe the logo was the logo for the game translated. No, it wasn't.
The text below the logo
here below was translated. Yeah. So was the little...
also CGs are also translated.
Yes, yeah. We're going to continue to do that through Chapter 1, so that's not going to change.
Drunkle, basically every game that was translated by Snoot translators does this. So Snoot, Warney, Devlog.
Yeah. God damn it.
And we kind of decided to go the same route.
But you get the idea. We're gonna do a hot fix and make sure that it run smoother by the time Chapter 1 comes out. Just because
Mhm.
this has been a pain in the ass. The phone likes to give you shit, but that's mostly when you're, skipping through it.
The
But yeah.
phone wants you to read the messages. He does
No,
not like
exactly.
you skipping from them.
Yeah. But yeah,
Respect the phone and it will respect you. Also, the main
Yeah.
menu is also translated.
yeah. So let's see. Any last questions? I don't want to take up too much time because I know. Do you have a dark menu that won't do when you're playing in the dark?
We might consider this.
Probably. Yeah, honestly, so like with the options especially, I would like to kind of make it look a bit less dark. We could probably choose a different color, but agreed. Let's see if they have any more questions before devlog goes up. Yeah, no, it's literally, it does flashbang you, and apologies for that. All right. We will be reopening our Discord probably tomorrow, so I'm gonna have the link out on our
Switch
Twitter
Russian. We
page.
actually translated the logo in the computer.
Oh, yes, you did as well. Let's see. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm very, very happy with how hard everyone worked. I literally stayed up till 4 o'clock in the morning, the day before Snoot Con, just making sure that and pushing all the changes, making sure that all the code was working. To a point, the fucking phone gave us so many issues, but really appreciate it. Let's see. I'm gonna read out some questions, maybe like 5, and then I'll pass it off to the next person. Let's see.
Let's get some.
What's up? He's still fixing his brakes.
Yeah, I finished my other ones. This is my last one.
Oh, it's the last one.
Nice. Good progress.
Yep. All right. I think that about does it for us. I don't see any more
All right,
questions.
then.
But thank you guys so much for sticking with us, and thank you for the extra hour and opportunity. We're going to be around, so I'll have the Discord link up at some point. But thank y'all.
Max,
and,
before we go,
what's good?
Switch to Russian.
Switch to Russian? Yes.
From here, I want people to see the translated logo.
Yeah. Yep. But thank you guys so much.
Thank you
Appreciate
for
y'all.
coming and helping us out with that extra
course.
time.
Yeah. I saw that there would be like an hour difference. I was like, ooh, I don't know if an hour would be great. So why don't just fill it up with something that would be easy to do. But thank you all for sticking with us. Appreciate it. Thank you for checking out the game. Hope you guys enjoy, and we'll be around. So don't be afraid to at me if you have any questions. And yeah, take care, y'all.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Max.
And Blue Shift, thank you very much for the the Subway Surfers. Will you change your tire? Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one final team. This is it. This is the end of Snoot Con. It's dying after this. They're taking me out back and they're killing me. So I want you all to please welcome to the stage Shut In Studios.
He's lying, by the way. We're not going to kill him after this. We're going to keep him around until next year.
Thank you.
Oh, can we also get Fish up here, too? He's one of our community managers. He's going to be streaming for us.
Let me find him real quick.
His name is, I think, SCP in here.
Oh. Yeah, no, it's Fish.
Hello.
You got him.
Okay, is the screen share grayed out for you right now?
No, I can get it.
Nope. Okay, good. It's straight up for me. I just was making sure.
Fish, why are
All
you
right,
showing
guys.
your porn?
Oh, it's your website.
He admits it.
It's your website, Art.
All right, you guys can take it away when you're ready.
Sweet. So I'll get us started here. We got like a whole little outline. It's mostly going to be me and Zach going back and forth here, presenting devlog. So I know most of you guys probably know what devlog is, but we're going to start just by recapping it for all the people who are new, people who haven't heard of us before, and for Roxy, of course, because he's a little bit slow. But devlog is our project. Zach started it back in 2024. I acquired half of it in, I believe it was early 2025. Started the company Shut In Studios to develop it. We have an account with Steam. We have a demo that's about to go live there really soon. And it's just the usual, Snoot alike on face value. We got a couple different little appeals or little unique features, let's call it. For example, we have the 3 love interests. We still do the 4 routes, 4 endings for each of them. So we have Rebecca, we have Abigail, we have Emily. Contrary to popular belief, there is no main girl. There has never been a single main girl. And yeah, Zach, do you want to talk?
Dev is the main girl of the game, unfortunately.
I say Theo should be the main girl of the game, to be honest.
Did we want to go into the whole like team or just move on to the demo stuff?
Let's while we're talking about the recap, let's go into who we got working on it here. Just kind of big names on our team. Obviously not Roxy, but everyone else.
In terms of like coding, I mean, I would probably say that like the primary coders are me and Miguel, mostly Miguel, because I'm pretty much mostly doing the art. We also have Jack and Snog. I think he goes by a different name on our server, so
Noog, aka Jimmy.
we have artists like Miskits, Blindsight, Shido, and a few other people that are not really part of the community. They're just kind of, acquaintances of me and Miguel. We have Puffy Crow and Dave doing animations, and I mean, unfortunately, we don't have any musicians according to Miguel, so I can't really say anything about that. We have like a pretty large Discord of our own. I know you guys have like rules over here regarding that, so if you're not on there and you want to join it, send a DM to me or Miguel, and we'll try to invite you.
I think it's
But yeah,
also still linked to the pinned post on our Twitter as well.
yeah, like we do like pretty regular game nights, movie nights. We're gonna be doing an art contest pretty soon as well, which has like cash prizes and stuff. We have a Twitter, an itch.io. I think that's everything.
Patreon. You
Oh
mentioned
yeah,
Patreon?
and the Patreon and a Ko-fi as well. I don't think you mentioned it. We do actually have 4 endings for each of the 3 love interests as well. So each love interest will have their own E1 through 4.
Yeah, so as you've probably seen, I'm actually looking at the Twitter right now. We have a link to our current demo released on itch.io, which is out of date by probably, I want to say, like 9 months now. When the demo does launch on Steam, it is going to be an entirely new experience, whole new revamp to everything. So, but we'll touch more on that later. If you want to go play the current demo on there, feel free. But like I said, we'll go into all the differences we're going to be seeing once the Steam demo drops next month.
Be honest, I would probably just wait because, like you said, there is going to be a pretty substantial difference. So it's probably best to just wait a little while and then play it whenever it's in its prime form. Which I think we can just get into the differences now. So the demo itself, which I mean, even the current one up on itch.io, the primary thing is that it covers the first 6 chapters of the story, which is roughly 25% of the game. It's about 6 to 8 hours of gameplay, depending on, you know, how fast you read, how long you want to stare at all of the pretty pictures and everything like that. Like we said, it is going to be going up on Steam. However, we wanted to make sure that there was like a, you know, a very big difference between, you know, what's on Steam and, you know, what we've been putting out. We wanted to, I guess, kind of justify it being on Steam. So the other thing that will be part of the Steam release is 4 new chapters as well. Those will be, we call them bonus chapters just because they're not, you know, part of the, you know, the what you call it, I don't want to say linear because it's not linear. Like it's not part of the main story. You would go to, you know, a different part of the menu to actually access them, but we like our intentions for them is mostly to kind of cover gaps within the story that we can't reasonably cover within like the actual story itself. So like these would be parts of the story that take place from a different character's perspective. So like one of them is you know, Emily and Rebecca meeting for the first time, or for example like a certain banana character that we have that has her own entire
Beloved
chapter.
banana.
Yes. But yeah, there's going to be 4 new chapters, roughly about 4 extra hours of content. Those are going to be in the demo as well. So,
Oh, real quick, I probably should have specified, Fish. I'm sorry for not saying this before. Uh, we have Snake in devlog. That's kind of what I was referencing when I suggested putting it on.
I don't think he actually has access to that. So,
Okay.
I don't. I'm sorry.
I thought it was in the current demo. That's all right.
I mean, you could probably show a little bit of the current demo as well if you want, just to kind of give people an idea of what to look at. But to continue going on the differences, we have a bunch of new CGs, a lot of the like so when I originally started the project, it was largely just myself, which meant that I was doing, you know, the writing, the coding, the art all on my own. In terms of like the writing and the coding, I don't have that much experience in terms of those. So, you know, we went back, uh, kind of touched up some scenes that weren't up to our standards, we'll say. And certainly even in terms of the code, like I've like I know a lot more about it, so you know we're going back and kind of fixing some of my spaghetti code and all that sort of stuff. Uh, so you know scenes will play out a little bit differently, or there might be additions to scenes as well. Uh,
There's been a pretty big effort too. I've taken a lot of time to try to make all the code conform to one another. So again, we do have quite a few coders on team here. We have Zach, myself, we have IG, Snoog, whatever he wants to go by, and then we have Jack. So between all 4 of us, we all kind of have our own different nuances and different kind of thresholds of experience with Ren'Py, different uh, practices, let's call it, that we do. So to make everything conform to one another, I've been going through the first 3 chapters that we did initially and kind of bringing it up to a standard that we all agreed upon. So everything sort of matches, there's no issues, and anyone can jump into it and see the same code throughout the entire game without having to relearn something.
real quick, Lurker, it doesn't seem like I have access to the share your screen. I was going to show a little bit of some of the stuff that we have.
Let me try to
Also,
fix that for you.
real quick, Wheeler, that's 100% right. It is almost done, but I 100% underestimated how hard a lot of it was going to be, especially because in regarding the phone, a lot of it is all made from scratch, basically. We initially did start by using the EMR phone. I believe that's the same one used in Wani. But there were, yes, yeah, I know you're here. But I wanted to do a lot of new apps and I wanted to integrate a lot of new features that I kind of had to come up with on my own. So I had to learn a lot of RenPy backend. And, while I did have experience with Python prior to this, there was still a lot of stuff that I needed to kind of get caught up on before I could make something that works cohesively and doesn't just kind of look janky.
Which, for the record, like the kind of the reason why we put so much effort onto the phone is that we wanted to kind of use it as another means of helping to flesh out the world and the story as well. Things like our equivalent of Twitter will be on there, so you'll be able to see, how like various different students within the college or within Amberfield, that's our setting, like talking about like different things.
It was in fact inspired by I think it was called Feather in GVH. So yes, but in
Although,
addition to that,
although,
we've been.
like,
Go ahead.
sorry, I was gonna say the one. Okay, that fucking on the flip phone, but like one big thing is that within that it was like its own separate thing within the menu. Like you had to go into like the actual main menu to kind of access it, and it was just this sort of sub menu. For us it is like in game, like you don't have to leave the screen. You just click a little button and it'll pull up the phone and you can kind of fuck around with it without messing up the scene that you're in. But yeah, like the idea is to kind of give you extra little bits of information on the world, kind of flesh out other characters. We do also have a little fun thing where every once in a while we allow our community to come up with tweets that can pop up within the Twitter analog. So if you hop over onto our Discord, whenever we open that up, you'll be able to, put whatever unhinged shit you want within our game, and it will be forever, you know, uh, carved within history.
And I promised everyone there was going to be an achievement for this. I'm dropping in the chat. If you divide by 0, there's going to be an achievement in there somehow. Um, I'm actually embarrassed to admit how long it took me like to figure out how to prevent it from like crashing RenPy for that. But yeah, so every basic feature you would find in a regular phone, contacts, SMS, calculator, maps, gallery, camera, is all going to be in there. What I'm actually currently working on, and it's kind of given me the most trouble over time, is trying to get the camera, gallery, and the phone's wallpaper to all integrate seamlessly. So I'm currently working on allowing the player to take a photo with the phone and set it as their wallpaper. Again, it's giving me a little bit of trouble, but I'm kind of hopeful that we'll see that in the final game.
Also, the other kind of big thing is that like the SMS that he mentioned, it will like update on its own without like kind of notifying you within the game. So, you might be reading a chapter, you can go into the phone, go into the SMS, and you can actually read some of the conversations that the gang may have been talking about previously, whether it be, them having some unhinged conversation about which chicken sandwich is the best, or they might be talking about like, how to develop the game and all that sort of stuff.
Now,
So
that being said, you will also get notifications when a story relevant ping occurs. Like if you're in the middle of a conversation and I don't know, Rebecca pings you and is like, don't tell my brother that I'm gay or something like that, it'll pop up as a little red exclamation over the phone icon. Which, do we have like a screenshot of the phone UI or a small little video from
I
either of you guys?
I don't know if we have a video, but I'm pretty sure I sent you the. Oh wait, no, like in game, I don't think so.
I
But
know I've posted it several times in the devlog server. I just don't know if I have anything saved here.
but yeah,
Can you
like
screen share yet, by the way?
no, it's still grayed out for me.
What if
Fish,
I'm
can you
hogging it?
can you stop screen sharing for just a moment? Okay, now can you?
Yeah, okay, there it goes.
There
It
you
seems
go.
we only have one person. It's kind of weird to like you had the tire cam and the mag streaming in the last one.
I guess because one would counted as a stream while the
This is-
other was like his camera, literally.
Yeah, I can open up OBS and do virtual, I think.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, so one of the other big things that we did is try to get the like menu updated. This is our new main menu. These pictures right here, they're all unlocked for me because I'm kind of in the dev mode for the game right now. But these images will kind of like, these are little like images that we have that will unlock as you progress through the game. Again, to use the GVH as an example, in that you can have like various different screenshots that pop up while you're playing the game, or like unlock as you play the game. It's kind of similar to that, but you know, we do kind of want, at least especially later on, them to be more story relevant. So for example, you might get a photo of Abby's full family, or you know, Rebecca and Theo as kids, or you know, Emily doing farming, you know, various different things that you wouldn't reasonably be seeing in the game, just to kind of give you a little bit extra story. We do have an actual chapter select. Again, these won't be in the main game. This is a like dev mode, but you have like the bonus chapters, the main story. These will like they won't appear at the beginning of the game. You have to play through, and they unlock as you go through. Just to kind of give you an idea, and you can kind of make selections to be able to actually, you know, play through old chapters that you've already played, and you know, being able to make different choices. The option screen is also another one. I put a lot of this was like kind of the big focus for me. I try to, you know, wanted to make our menu to look, you know, not as obviously Renpai as we could, but yeah, you have like this. These are all. There you go. You have these. The save screen is also another one that I've been working on. So you have one big list instead of swapping through different menus. If you click on it, you would load that. In game, there's like a little button to save over it. You have that as like a little delete button. So yeah, we're trying to, you know, get everything looking up to snuff for an actual Steam demo and everything like that. Go back to the
Real quick question, Lavender throughout in the chat. He asks, will bonus chapters be unlocked depending on different choices, or will they be unlocked just by playing through the game? Currently, because there really isn't a lot of, what do we call it, kind of deviances, chapters where there's a route for each of the three girls. The only one we have right now is chapter 6, so currently it's just by playing through the game. However, in the future, you will get them depending on certain chapters will be entirely different depending on which girl you're going with. Say, for example, there's a chapter you're going on a date. You know, one will have you go to a park, or one will have you go to a museum, or one will have you go out to dinner. And depending on that, you'll find out more about the character, more about their backstory, and you could end up unlocking a bonus chapter because of that.
It can also be route specific as well. So like if you're going through, you know, Emily's route, you might unlock one that's specifically for Emily, but not for, you know, Rebecca, and so on and so forth. So you'll yeah, to the other thing to kind of go through is we kind of got a list of all the stuff that we wanted to try to go through. The other big one that took a little while to do is that we are trying to update our backgrounds. We had like again, whenever I was doing it myself, I didn't really have like a perfect vision of what the setting looked like. As we've kind of gone down development, we have a more consistent art style for like what we were trying to go for. Here's probably the best kind of, like I'm posting in a chat. Here's kind of a image to show you the differences between like the what's it called, the different backgrounds. Sorry. So you can kind of see in the down in the chat that there's like yeah.
Yeah. So, in addition to the backgrounds, we've kind of redone all the other art assets too. There's some characters where even their base sprites are kind of having minor changes. Sam is a good example. There's been a lot of little touch ups here and there just to kind of make them higher quality. All the sprites we start off drawing as 8K and then scale them down. So I think we actually have, Zach, do we have the full 8K saved in there, or do we have the scaled down versions?
I haven't done the 8K ones yet. Like eventually, but yeah, not like
Gotcha.
like pretty much all of our assets I do in native 8K just so that we can scale them down to whatever resolution we need. But at base, like all of them are automatically scaled down.
So in addition to art, I was going to segue to music was another big thing. This kind of came in on the 11th hour when we were originally trying to release towards the end of last year. That basically due to some interpersonal differences with the guy who did a couple of our tracks previously. Between that and some kind of quality issues, we have decided we were just going to basically redo the entire soundtrack from scratch. It'll, for the most part, kind of basically be the same vibe, same theme. But that is what we actually now have Roxy and a couple of his buddies working on. So, he's the guy that's, doing what words can't say. He's a professional musician, and I've been kind of working with him one-on-one to get that done as quickly as we can. But yeah, so basically all of the music has been redone. Again, it won't really sound all that much different, from the vibe that you got right now, but just kind of don't be surprised when that happens.
To answer, I'll be real, I don't speak Russian, so I don't know what your actual name is, Mr. Russian in chat. Like whenever it comes to like Steam, to be honest, we haven't really planned for that stuff just yet. But more than likely, once we get the actual full game out, probably yes. Like at the very least, I would like to have the various different things that you can get through the Steam unlocks and whatnot. But yeah, like we're still kind of learning how like Steam works, like how you actually add everything, how everything is unlocked and everything. But yeah, it would be nice to have them like maybe attached to achievements. I don't know if that's possible, but I remember the old Xbox days where you could get like profiles and stuff from unlocking achievements.
Oh yeah, Finch just pointed out big kind of little nuances here and there that we've changed around. Amberfield CCC, this whole setting where devlog occurs, is inspired by Pennsylvania. And because of that, a lot of the backgrounds have changed to initially, they had that West Coast kind of more tropical vibe. And a lot of that has now been retconned, even in something as small as like the logo. If you take a look at, if you're able to find the old logo versus the new one, in the background, I believe initially there were like some palm trees or whatever, and I think they've been replaced with like mountains or, whatever kind of pine trees that we've decided to go with.
Which also, as you could see there, we also have been updating our animations as well. All of the old ones that we had, so that would be the Dev one that you just seen and the Emily one, have been redone. Additionally, we're also adding, or there's going to be 2 new animations as well. One for Rebecca and one for Abigail. And then, going into the future, we'll also have, more animations as well. But yeah, there's going to be like they've been updated. I'm pretty sure they've been all updated by Puffy, the one that did them.
Yeah. So Puffy Crow, I believe he's a Chilean artist. He's done a lot of our animate. Actually at this point he's done all the animations we have in there, and on top of that he's done a couple CGs as well.
Which the other thing you may have seen during that is that one of the things that I kind of wanted to do is replace like your standard sort of silhouette, or at least a good proportion of them, with actual characters, so that it feels more like a lively. The scenes are more lively and everything like that. But there's still going to be silhouettes because there's a lot of scenes with a lot of characters. But here is a thing of all of the characters that we have so far. Yeah. So,
Tiny
a good
Becca.
number of these do have like spoken lines within the game or they're actual characters, but a few of them are just kind of meant to be background characters that pop up every once in a while.
And a lot of them will be featured in future either bonus chapters or scenes that come across in the main game. For example, we'll have some background gags. One character, Devin, who let me see where he is on there. I think he's like
He's the short one.
Yeah,
Like this.
he's the real tiny one. He's kind of like a recurring background gag that if there's a character that's needed to fulfill the role of an employee, we just kind of toss him in there. So if there's a part-time job, you're at a McDonald's, he's there. If you're at the movie theater, he's going to be there. If you're at the carnival, he's going to be there. If you're getting your brakes done on your car, he's going to be there live streaming it. I mean, he's kind of like our filler character for any and all employees in Amberfield. Yes, exactly. He's Lenny.
Oh yeah, here's another image that Puffy did. Your obligatory wide shot.
I kind of like this one a lot more than I thought I would.
Some of them aren't actually sprites yet. Unfortunately, Goku and Vegeta are not characters just yet, but maybe in the future.
I've been trying my best to get in touch with Akira Toriyama to get the rights for them, but for some reason he's not picking up. Yeah, so right here is where we have some new CGs for Elliot too.
Also to answer Icelandic, one of the issues with Emily is that she is very large in terms of even just her assets. So because of that, we kind of have to shrink her down. We have to depower her, or else she literally dominates the entire screen. So she's a little bit smaller than even the one like in the height chart, I'm pretty sure. Also, there is sound that normally plays. I just have it turned off right now so that you can hear us clearly and everything.
As you can see, Shido has done a lot of art for us. Also, huge shout out to all the Russian guys who are working on the translation for this, because I've seen the work that they've done, and it is like all the assets basically like down to the most minute details. And honestly, that's kind of impressive.
Be nice to our Spanish team. They've been working very hard too.
Yeah, but like I don't know any of them personally. The Russian guys, like I'm friends
Dude,
with most of them.
Aguila's right there, dude.
Who?
Aguila.
I don't know who you're talking about.
See how it is.
Oh, there it is.
So yeah, the other thing here that you can see, which was missing in the last one, we also have a good number of extra sprites, or like poses for the characters. Basically, every single one of the main character has had minimum, like 2 or 3 extra poses added to them. Some of them had like way more. I'm pretty sure Rebecca's had a couple, like quite a few added. But yeah, like pretty much everyone has had a good number of extra assets added to them.
Oof. Shots fired at Aguila. I'm so sorry for this, bro. I didn't mean to put you in the crosshairs. Aguila is one of our community managers, by the way. So we got a couple of guys who kind of help manage all these events that we talked about. We have movie nights, we have game nights, read-alongs, all that good stuff. And we have a lot of community engagement going on the devlog server, but we're always looking for people to kind of improve and expand on that. So if you guys are in there, you have any ideas, anything that you want to do in the future to kind of like get more of the community members involved, feel free to shoot one of us a DM or just post it up in Lounge or whatever, and we'll include any suggestions in there. Yeah, they are usually rather late. Our sleep schedules are always kind of all over the place, but generally we'll always have someone in VC at all times. So, there's always gaming going on in there. We have like, a gaming channel, a ping that you can use if you want to have like a little game night or a get together with your friends to play some friend slop. We can't shrink down Dev's clothes because they were given to him for free. Kind of like a what's the word? A welfare type deal.
Let me double check our list.
Also, fun fact now that this pops up, the map of CCC, a lot of the classes, the names, and everything were actually all inspired by one of the undergrad schools that I went to. I actually took an old kind of deprecated map of it, sent it to a guy with a whole bunch of changes and some orientations reversed and whatnot, and had him base it off of that. So it's between that and Rutgers. I also went to Rutgers as my final undergrad, and that also had a lot of inspiration to kind of how the campus is laid out.
Another thing to get into real quick, we also do have or one of the other things that we were kind of trying to add into the game is, we'll say, different costumes for the characters. I don't know a different other sort of way to describe it, but as the game kind of goes on, characters will be dressed up in different outfits depending on the situation. Where the fuck did I have it? I had an example for you guys.
We've gone pretty asset heavy with this, a lot more than we originally planned, but I kind of like how fully fleshed out the game has become.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it now. Say something to entertain the people.
What are you looking for?
There we go. I got it. So here's an example of some of the costumes.
Yeah, the sandwich, the infamous sandwich, Becca.
The other thing, as a sort of segue as well, which E-Wheeler is already fucking spoiling like a little dirty slut. We are trying to have it where, as the game progresses, going into later chapters, we call them like we kind of break the story up within what we call arcs or acts, and within those, we kind of wanted to have the characters change their main sort of outfit to kind of relay that fact. And currently, we do have the design for the three main characters. So a little bit of a teaser there. That also means that those are not going to be the only ones. We'll have more as the story goes along. But yeah, those are some of the designs.
It'll also vary depending on weather too. There is going to be kind of a dynamic weather system. Actually, I don't really know if we've put this in the assets for the current demo, but currently we have a lot of different sort of. Each background will have a varying a variant based on the season and based on the weather. So you'll have rainy days, you'll have a certain background that occurs at night, that occurs in the summer, the autumn, the winter, spring, and so on and so forth. You might have seen some of these like prototype sprites floating about. There's one of Becca with little fuzzy mittens on and a big jacket and all scarfed up and everything for the winter. I think we got one for Abigail where she's in one of those big old like loaf of bread ass looking fucking sleeping bag style jackets. I don't know if we had one for Emily or not.
She's built different.
Yeah, that's true. Dev, there's one floating around of him now, him in his pajamas. I think you might have posted that one.
Yeah, it's up above.
Yeah, so question that appeared in chat, we will still see, the other characters will appear in the game, they'll still have a central role. However, it's just that once you're locked into a romance route with one of the three girls, that's going to be the main character that you're going to be interacting with from then on. So, again, like I mentioned earlier, if we have like, say for a Valentine's Day chapter, you want to go on a date somewhere, you'll go somewhere with Emily and just Emily. You'll go somewhere with Abigail and just Abigail, and so on and so forth. But then if there's just a day that you and all the cast are going to a Renaissance fair or something like that, everyone's going to be involved. You just might be talking to the girl of your choice a little bit more than you are the other two.
That would be kind of an example of the bonus chapters that might appear depending on the route. So if you go let's say to that Renaissance fair and it's mostly you and the love interest kind of having a date while the others are off doing their own thing. During that, you might get a little bonus chapter to kind of show what the rest of the gang is doing while you and the love interest are smashing faces.
And there was an earlier question regarding the lewd content trigger in there. Yeah, there is going to be lewd content, but as I mentioned in the chat, it's basically going to be the same level as what you would see in Snoot. So
Hell yeah, brother!
So, unfortunately, we're not going to have any sort of mini games, where you're smashing Brontosi or anything like that. But
you have to desperately try to prevent Abigail from getting pregnant, or her parents will hunt you down and kill you, and that will be the E1 ending.
No, see, what you do is you save all of the extremely lewd stuff for the paid DLC. That's where the money's really at.
You know what? I'm jotting this down. You're speaking my language here now. Minigame where you have to prevent Abigail from baby trapping you like the good, culturally authentic woman she is. I think my mic cut out. I was about to say, I'm going to segue real quick to talking about merchandise. We do have Devlog body pillows, we do have stickers, and there is going to be a lot more merch coming down the line. You can find all of that just either on our website, it'll link you to the Etsy page, or if you go on Etsy and search for, Shut-In Studios or whatever. Yeah, there it is on Fish's screen.
For the record, all of this stuff does help fund the game as well. If you're on our Patreon, we do want to try to give you guys some free stuff off of the Etsy and all that. We're still kind of figuring out how to tie that into those things, but in terms of like merchandise, it's basically we want to have it where we're getting the funding to make this game as high quality as we can, but also give you guys something back as well. So it's not just you blindly giving us money.
Yeah, so that was another big thing. Once we started kind of making a good amount of money on Patreon and through merch and all that, that's when we kind of decided to go back and relook a lot of the, I don't want to say assets that we cheaped out on, but stuff that we kind of sourced out to a lot of different people for, whoever we could find the lowest bidder for on some of this stuff, Will all the ending ones be the same level of bad? That's purely subjective. I think they're going to be really emotionally devastating, especially one of the three of them.
If you don't want to fucking end yourself after them, then honestly, I think we kind of failed.
Yeah, that is. I don't know. There is one of those. One of the E1s I'm actually kind of liking. I actually think it's kind of good. I think you know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, the Champy E1. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty devastating.
Mm-hmm. And imagine what a Theo E1 would look like.
Someone get the one egg image.
Sorry a second, I'm just looking through our list here to see what we've missed.
I think we kind of covered basically everything.
Yeah, so one thing I did want to address, and I know I've touched on this a couple of times, but the game has been pushed back a couple of quarters at this point. Our initial plan was end of Q3, beginning of Q4 of last year. That's when I want to say November is when we kind of had the snafu about the soundtrack, and that's when that started. Then I also decided I wanted to move from developing the EMR phone to the proprietary code for brand new phone system. And on top of that, then we decided, hey, while we're at it, let's start redoing all these assets. So a lot of it is on us for kind of becoming a little too, say, nitpicky, getting too engrossed in details. Just I'll call it too much polishing. Nothing is ever going to be perfect, but when you're kind of creating something like this, you're creating content, you're drawing, you're writing, you're always going to look back at it and be like, oh man, actually I can improve this. Oh, actually I can make this better. Oh, I should do this. And I would say, at least for me personally, I kind of fell into that trap a little bit. But I think going through it now, a lot of the things that I'm seeing that even, when I come up with them, I say, hey, this can be improved on. I think I can generally chalk up to saying, like, I'm happy with the way it is right now, and I think we can move on with this. There will be further changes in the future. Once we do release it and it goes early access and all that, we'll still have updates even to the first 6 chapters, little touches here and there, things that we're going to fix. Maybe we'll add some background sprites, maybe a couple little animations or something like that. But generally speaking, you won't have to replay the game again each and every time. Same thing holds true for all the endings. You're not going to have to replay the game entirely from scratch for every ending. Now, as we mentioned before, there is going to be a lot of divergences between each route. So if you're going between Emily and Rebecca, there's going to be a lot of different dates in there. There's going to be a lot of different hangouts and all that stuff. You don't have to replay through all the fluff to get up to that point. You can just skip through it like you can with Wani or Snoot Game. But there will be a lot of even just minor lines here and there that we're going to change depending on your choices. One thing that we keep talking about is the infamous cheese route. There's a really specific set of choices you can make that lead Dev into a route of severe gastrointestinal distress regarding his diet. And, stuff like that we've been trying to include as little Easter eggs with their own assets, their own dialogue, and actually sometimes they affect the choices you can make down the road, too.
Also, that was one of the new animations there. If you're watching my stream.
Oh yeah, so initially I think what was the only animations we had was
Actually, you know what?
one for we
I'll
had
put
one
on
for
tap for this one.
we had one for Dev and one for Emily. I think that was it, right?
We have one for Dev, one for Emily that were redone, and then Abigail and Rebecca have brand new animations.
I also did the sound design for a lot of these. Again, I'm not a professional when it comes to sound effects or anything like that, but
Nice. If you don't mind me asking real quick, so I noticed, I kind of had this thought too when you were talking about like all the mini games on the phone and all that stuff. I saw Agent 4 previously ask, or just said feature creep. Like, do you have, are you guys worried at all about that? Like, do you think, I know you kind of alluded to it a little bit, but are you worried that like, you're just getting into a mode of putting in too many features? Or do you have a hard stop somewhere where you're like, this is it, we're not going to do more than that?
I do think that's actually a pretty accurate way to describe it. I'm not going to necessarily say that it falls into that trap because I've actually been there before. One of the other big mods that I worked on, When Worlds Collide, I kind of tried to turn into my like proving ground for everything. I tried to add mini games. I tried to add all different branching routes and dialogue and multiple endings and lots of crazy stuff that just doing by myself I could tell was way too much. When we did start working on the phone, I think it was kind of assumed from the get-go we were going to try to flesh it out into being its own unique coding ecosystem, so it wouldn't just be kind of like a throwaway gimmick. But at the same time, I would 100% agree that there has been a point that we've kind of been going into the woods with it too much, and I've had to consciously kind of pull myself back and say, all right, this is a little bit too much. One example, there's actually an app on there for maps, and using this app, you can scroll around, you can take a look at the campus, you can see where everything is, and I also have it set that it'll lock onto where you are at any given point, so you can see as you move around. One idea that popped up, for example, was to have all these different locations called out, have it interactable, you can click on them, you can see, a description of them, you can see what it's called, you can read the history of it. And at first I was like, oh man, that's a great idea. You know, it gives the players so much more to do. And then I'm like, this is already kind of a throwaway app. There's no real need for us to do this. And in fact, just kind of based on my experience, I have been trying to go back and sort of trim a lot of the fat from the game to begin with. One big criticism that we got, which I actually think is 100% valid, was that the game had a long playtime, even as a demo for, you know, the first, going back to the first 4 chapters. You know, we were looking at like game nights where people would be playing through this, and you know, even at a brisk pace, it was still taking them 5-6 hours just to get through. You know, not even a fifth of the game.
Mhm.
So I have been going back. I've been trying to stratify the dialogue a lot, kind of make it so that it's, I don't want to say doesn't lose your attention, you know, but there is some points where I think it extrapolates way too much into what's going on in ways that I can just visually describe on the screen with character sprites, actions, and you know, stuff like that. Not to kind of ramble off here, but because Zach's kind of showing right now a lot of the new poses we've added, one thing is with all these new poses, I can actually cut back on the descriptors in the narration by simply showing Dev either smirking or have him shrugging or have, say, Elliot rubbing the bridge of his nose, and stuff like that. I think has been able to make the game a lot more succinct and kind of walk back on this massive runtime that we've been slowly creeping towards.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I haven't actually seen that fight. That Rebecca. What the fuck?
Is that Prism? Yeah, I see the watermark.
I mean, it's not plastered on the very center of the screen, taking up, you know, 50%. So I don't know. I think that this is like a fake Prism.
This isn't Prism Pone. This is Prism Bone. So I think now that we've covered basically everything on the checklist that we had here while we're playing some of the content in the background, I would like to open up to any sort of questions that you guys might have that we haven't really addressed yet. You know, for example, here.
Actually, before you do, Finch made a good point. The current plan for the release for the demo, which by the way, if someone wants to link the Steam page already exists. Currently, we're just kind of waiting on Steam in order to because there's like a review process and everything. We're just waiting on them. Our current estimates are gonna be at the the latest is like the end of July is gonna be whenever we release it. It might be sooner, but that's kind of like our, I guess, the closest thing that we
The
can give
hard
to
deadline.
Yeah, is the end of July. The other thing, I think I mentioned it before, we, for all of you aspiring artists out there, we also are going to be having a art contest going on during that as well. If you guys want to participate, we have cash prizes for that. It's going to be 4th of July themed. So, yeah, that should be, yeah. We can do the Q&A now. If anyone has any questions.
Someone mentioned here they were wondering about a link to the Discord. You can just message either me, Zach, Fish, Mo, any of us. We can send you one. I believe. Actually, I already checked.
I wouldn't. I don't think we mind if you post an invite in the chat just for this event. You know, we don't really mind. I don't think.
Okay, thank you. Let me grab one real quick.
Yeah, outside of the event, if you aren't if you're watching this, because I know that you guys are recording this for like YouTube and everything. If you guys are not in the event, if you need an invite, I'm pretty sure you can just ask. It's like so long as you're not like actually posting the invite in the in here, I'm pretty sure like you can just ask someone and they can DM you. But yeah, we have a pretty big community over there. We're pretty active, so if you're interested at all, we highly recommend people joining.
We also do have Q&A in there. If you want to talk to any one of us directly, ask questions on it. If you have suggestions you want to make, or anything like that, just little ideas you want to spitball, you can always feel free to message us. We're always looking for new inspiration, and kind of try to reach out. Yeah, Wheeler just posted. Here's another new asset for Emily that's getting posted, or that's getting added to the chapter 6. So chapter 6 is also the first chapter where once your love interest route is locked in, you get a choice of one of 3 dates. So if you have played the demo already, take a look at it, and when it comes out, replay it. You'll be able to do either an Emily date, a Rebecca date, or an Abigail date for that final chapter of the demo. Yeah, there we go. The bridal carry. Not beating the allegations here. Have we played Puppet Pals? Yeah, I love Puppet Pals.
We actually did a game nights for that. I'm pretty sure if you ask Fish, he has a recording of us playing through that.
I have 180 gigabytes of devlog footage recorded.
JJ is he's like my day one. He's like my ride or die. Me and JJ, we go back,
But yeah, I'm pretty sure we were also planning on doing another playthrough, because like the last time we played through it, like we do what we call our read-alongs, which are basically we go through mods, and then we have various people in the community voice the characters. Usually we just ad-lib the dialogue and have little bits, but with Puppet Pals, it's good enough that you can just kind of go along with it, and it's pretty fucking good on its own. So I don't think that we changed too much, but yeah, Puppet Pals was easily one of our favorite mods.
Real quick question from Logan here. We do plan on fleshing out Dev's issues with his parents a bit more. Kind of be revealed as time goes on in conversations with his counselor, talks he has with them directly. And of course, you can actually go on the phone. You'll be able to see messages and stuff like that. Even from the get-go, once you get access to the phone, there's going to be conversations in there. In regards to his second part of his question, is July the release date for the demo or the full game? It is going to be the release for the demo. If not, is there a rough date? I don't want to kind of give a projected release for the full game. Zach, correct me if I'm wrong, but currently we plan on releasing it in the act format. So in basically batches of around 6 chapters apiece for a total of, I don't think it works out perfectly, but I think 26 chapters was the total that we have.
Yeah,
And
if you want to get technical, it's going to be on Steam as like a early access, but essentially we're just going to be releasing it as we have been, but in batches rather than by chapter. So you'll be able to get it now, or like you'll be able to get it sooner. But as we develop the chapters, you'll be able to get we'll be updating it to have the new like batches of chapters as well.
I have a logistical question about that. So if you're releasing it in chapter batches, let's say, I'll just spitball, chapter 10 is when your love interest gets locked in or something like that. Do you...
It's already chapter 6.
Oh, it's chapter 6. Okay, so then for the remaining chapters, when you release them, are you just like locked into that route, or do you have to be juggling multiple save files? Like, how are you planning on kind of like setting that up logistically?
So like that's kind of the reason why we set up the chapter select to begin with. Yes, you will be locked in once you'll be locked into the actual love interest route, but in terms of the I guess the ending, that isn't really determined until very late into the game. There's a good number of choices that you'll be having throughout the various other chapters, and then once you get further closer to the end of the game, that's whenever it locks in the actual ending. But in terms of the love interest, yes, it will be locked in at chapter 6, and if you want to try to get all of them without, I mean technically you would still have to juggle save files, but if you wanted to get and play through like the other love interests, we have the chapter select, which allows you to make different choices and just kind of speed through parts that you've already seen.
Yeah, so basically, at the end of the demo, you're already going to have a love interest selected at that point. But if you do, say, for example, want to do all three of them simultaneously, I mean, you could open up a save file for each of the three, you know, and then when you do start a new game or go to the chapter select, and it'll ask you for what choices you previously made, that will kind of fast track you to whichever route you're going to be on, or whichever girl you're going to be romancing at that point. Yeah, so you won't have to replay basically all from scratch.
All right.
But yeah, the did we have any other questions?
When is the 6 update coming? How much money are you going to pay me? That's the real question. Will Dev have someone as an antagonist? I would say that's a matter of perspective. I mean,
the game isn't really set up for like a direct, you know, Mia or Trish kind of antagonist. It's I don't want to. I guess it's more focused on the gang, which makes it more difficult to have like a centralized villain. So it's more, I guess, character drama focused rather than sort of like your I don't know the actual narrative term for like a story that has like a central antagonist. But yeah.
I would say in some instances, I mean, you could, even though he is kind of the, you know, the player character, if you're going down the route of some E1s, Dev kind of does take the role of an antagonist towards like the team and towards the love interest.
Yeah, like in terms of like Dev himself, no, there really isn't like a specific antagonist.
Do the other 4 pair up with each other depending on which route you take? So we actually don't have any plans for that at the moment. We kind of just, when we started pitching that, it kind of seemed controversial. It seemed like some people were going to take that as, you know, better pairings than, you know, than what's going on with Dev. And of course you have the, let's call it like the Snoot E3 original, that joke that went out when they were like, oh yeah, like Anon is cucked, and like we had that joke going around when we would say, like, you know, say for example Dev is getting with Rebecca, now Abigail gets with Theo or something, it's like, haha, like, you know, Dev's getting cucked or something, even though he kind of has a love interest. It doesn't make sense, but the community didn't seem to like it, so we don't actually have any sort of plan to have them pair off with other characters in the game. It was so question regarding Adam. It was not Adam. We Zach and Adam are still good friends. You know, he's at the moment still on our team.
He's like not really part of the actual Snoot community. He, like, in terms of like age, he's like far above all of us. Like me and Miguel are already, you know, ancient, being past our 30s. He's in his 40s with like a kid and everything. So he has like his own things going on. So
but yeah, no, we are still on good terms with him. That it was not him. He's still, you know, in the server. He still, you know, helps with consulting and everything. It's just as currently is this whole music revision, doing everything from scratch basically, has all been handled by Roxy.
The current for the people that were asking for the Theo route, we don't have plans for that like at all. The current meme, but also, you know, maybe, is if anyone donates a 20K to us, we will make the Theo route. That's the current bounty for that.
Imagine paywalling an entire sexual preference. This is very offensive. It's very not
secretly based.
It's very not inclusive of you in this glorious dinosaur month.
You say that, but you know, once we release the full game, we release the Theo route on June. You know, we get that extra audience, get that extra money. There you go.
With the 20K, I will also change the Twitter profile picture to have the flag overlay too.
Hey, hold on. I remember, I think it was like 2 years ago, I did swap our Discord profile picture to something. Hold on, let me see if I can find
I think it was Brainworms Theo with
yeah, I swapped it to this, and this legitimately caused a bunch of people to get mad.
Which is also a sticker in our server, by the way. So if you want that, we have a lot of pretty good stickers in here. A lot of which Mark, what's his username on here? It's like Mark0, I think. But he does a lot of the art for our stickers in the server.
The sex update is an additional 20K, or a separate 20K. Sorry.
You guys are really nickel and diming us. Jeez.
Oy vey.
Another 20 million to devlog.
Exactly. Now you're getting it.
Yeah, there's a good example of Wheeler just posted of a CG that Blindsight did for us. The animated, the eyes aren't animated like that, but the breath is animated. That is definitely one of my favorites. The Gliggle.
Yeah.
So, interesting tidbit. A lot of the stuff from devlog that I've kind of helped write is based off of actual experiences and like stuff I've had from my personal life. And the whole Pickle Fest is an actual thing that occurs in Pittsburgh every year. There's actually a gigantic pickle festival. I think it's because Heinz was founded there or something. And
well, no, Heinz is literally from there. Like he started the, like he sold pickles as like how he started his business. He would sell jarred pickles, and then that expanded into relish and then ketchup. It's a whole thing. If you're from Pittsburgh, Heinz is a big deal over here.
Yeah, so this is an actual thing. Like, if you want to go to this pickle festival in real life, every year in Pittsburgh. How does it work between species? You have to put a pool noodle over your horn for safety. That's how. The shack was not based on a real experience. That I did not come up with.
I wouldn't say it's based upon a specific experience, but I have done construction in the past, and let's just say some of the places that I've seen that people ask you to try to help repair, you get some horror stories from those. Some guy wants you to repair his fucking garage that he's had since 1862. There's just a dead cow in the middle of it for some reason.
Icelandic just asked, we will be adding mod support in the future. I don't know when. I'm hoping to do it shortly after the demo releases, but I haven't actually started working on it yet, so.
It's also one of those things that we're kind of trying to figure out how to, like, you know, how it works with Steam, to, you know, getting it to work with Workshop would also be nice as well, but, you know, just kind of figuring out how that all works and how to do it is, you know, we're still kind of learning process. For James, we actually, if you look at the characters that we have, some of them already are. Probably the most obvious is this the finished version? No, it is not. Fuck. Hold on. Let me see if I can get a finished version of him.
I'm also going to just real quickly segue off of that, because, you know, Carl was, you know, from Snoot games, so it was okay to kind of parody existing characters like that, but we can't, like, kind of really directly, you know, do, like, one-to-one characters like that. You know, obviously because of, like, copyright reasons and all that stuff, but we still do have, like, analogs in there, like the one I think Zach's trying to find right now.
Here we go. So we have this one, which the reference is probably the most obvious. It's actually a double reference, if you can believe that. And then another one, which some people might oh, she's broken up, damn it. Forgot that she actually has like multiple poses and shit.
And speaking about IP and whatnot, because it has been asked and it's been kind of discussed a couple of times, devlog and, by the book doesn't occur in the same world as Wani and, the Cabanon Snootiverse. That's not any sort of like throwing shade. That's just because we don't want to step on each other's toes here. We don't want to introduce lore that they disagree with or vice versa. But in general, I mean, if you take a look at all the lore that we introduce here, and I'm sure there's basically a one-to-one overlap.
The character that I posted for legal reasons is a completely original character named Sophie. We created her. That's her. Any references to any other possible media is just coincidence.
You have the one Velma Dinkley inspired character too.
You have.
She's a relatively new one. There you go. Yeah.
People have already posted it. I can't. I'm surprised I kind of forgot about it, but Jablinski is also supposed to be Jack Black from School of Rock specifically. There you go. And James, no, that is an original design that we created. That is Sophie. I don't know what you're talking about. Anything else? They're saying anything else is slander, and we don't appreciate that.
It doesn't look like a very original design.
And there is a shout out to the OG Anon design. I just want to find that real quick. There we go. Really, really low quality Anon. Yeah, that one. In chapter 6, you get Theo will show you a demo for each of the 3 game types that you can choose to develop. And of those 3, one of them is a visual novel. And the example visual novel will have like this kind of proto-Anon design and a weird Naomi Fang hybrid.
Also, since someone brought up Puppet Pals, this character is completely based upon Mitzi. Her name is Bitsy. But yeah, I mean, we have references to other characters. Even Sam, for example, is a reference to a character from Black Lagoon. For some reason, people thought that half of the designs are Undertale references. I've literally never played Undertale, so these are lies and slander.
I mean, I think based on the color palette, I could see like Undyne, but in regards to a lot of these assets, though, I mean, we kind of took the idea of the modular sprites that they started doing in Wani, and we kind of tried to take it a step further with a lot of more variances and a lot of different features and whatnot. That's helped us to keep the size of this down significantly, but I mean, I'm taking a look right now, and we still are at like just for the incomplete demo, like 1.5 gigs. So I'm gonna try to kind of work on. Yeah, obviously that's not really all that much, but for a visual novel where the assets are just kind of like small MP3s and images, I kind of feel like that's pushing for what we should be looking at. Yes, we did have the Christian Fang reference in there. So currently, Logan, do the games you make influence the romances positively or negatively? They are currently written to be a more independent factor than the romance itself. There will be choices that determine how complete of a game you make and whether or not it is successful. However, that's not going to, at least for the moment, influence whether or not you get, say, for example, a Rebecca route or an Abigail route, and whether you get an E2 or an E3.
I don't know how much, because I'm pretty sure we've already gone past the hour. I don't know how much longer we have, but if anyone else has any other questions.
You guys are last, so if you want to take some extra time to do questions, it's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, we like I said, we do have a Q&A in our server too. So if there's anyone that comes up with something that they didn't think of at the time, you can always hit us up there. But because a lot of the Snoot community isn't isn't in there at the moment, if they have anything that they want to ask now, feel free. Thank you to Icelandic. To Nick, my personal favorite character. It's a good question. Honestly, I would say I really like Theo. I like Theo's kind of hyper ADHD, sort of college student mindset. He's really upbeat. He's a really chill guy, but he's also really reckless and clearly has issues with taking on too many projects at once. So I definitely see kind of like more like my ADHD side in him, and I just kind of think he's one of the most well written. Um, Which, speaking of which, I know I've mentioned this before in previous kind of Q&As meetings. I might have even messaged it in here. But in terms of where we are progress-wise on the game, the writing is predominantly actually completed at this point. We're still kind of working on minor changes to the endings, but we do know what occurs in each ending. They're all fully outlined, and I mean, in terms of specific dialogue, like, script, narration, and whatnot, I want to say we're up to like chapter 20 or so at this point. And again, because that's so far ahead of the rest of the game, we've kind of stopped pushing on that and just allowed that to take back burner for now. When did I first play Snoot Game? I want to say it was right around the time I joined here, which was, I want to say, November 2023. What's with
For
the egg
me,
stuff?
don't worry about it. In terms of like for me, I played it after Wani because I first found Wani. I think on like I heard about Wani through the grapevine, but it eventually popped up on Steam. I think I played that in February of 2024, so like pretty close to its like release date. And then right after that, I played Snoot.
You know how long I've been working on When Worlds Collide? I started initially as, again, like a small project and ended up with severe scope creep and all that. I remember looking back at it like a couple of weeks ago, scrolling through the script, and I still have a joke in there about Wani coming out next week. Or I'm sorry, 2 weeks from now.
I mean, even just looking back at like, cause in terms of like the code for the various different poses and the different like expressions and all that, most of that was done by myself, and that was done whenever I had barely any knowledge of how to code in Ren'Py. So it's all like spaghetti code. Looking back at that, which is even just like, I mean, at this point it'd be about a year or 9 months. No, I guess it would be about a year at this point. And it already like I already know how to like fix it all. Like it's horrible.
I think someone was asking earlier, in terms of, because I did briefly mention the merch. We have stickers and body pillows right now, but we're kind of looking more like keychains and stuff like that. There was a couple suppliers that I've contacted with for producing stuff. I ordered a really large supply of the body pillows for this like second production run, and I ordered quite a few stickers. So I don't think we're going to run out of stock of any of those anytime soon. But we'll see for other future merch. I mean, I don't want to lean into the merch 100% before the game, releases, obviously. But if there is, demand for it, if people are really, people have really shown that they want to buy it. So I've been providing what I can.
Someone asked you about Worlds Collide.
Oh,
It's underneath the latest Rebecca car.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I do plan on returning it to it. The last kind of, I would say, update I had with that is, even though the code is predominantly done, I was hoping to find an artist that would be willing to do most of, if not all, the CGs for the game, so I can get everything kind of done in one style. And after kind of reaching out to a lot of people in the community, no one was really willing to take on that large of a commitment. So, you know, my energy on it kind of petered out after that. I keep saying, I'm going to reach out to more artists and see, but that was the last hurdle that I got stuck with.
I know you posted your name above, but I'm retarded and I forgot it already, so I'm just gonna call you Mr. Russian. Like, I'm gonna kind of expand on that and just say, like, if we had like unlimited budget, time, budget, resources, whatever, more than likely, I would probably try something similar to what Co-op tried to do with the whole fully animated kind of appearance for the game. I've actually been looking at different videos about like how, I think it's Guilty Gear, they they have a very sort of like 2D art style, but it's all done completely in 3D, and they just use like shaders to kind of make it look like it's 2D. I'd probably go with something like that, where it's like every character has like animations, they have like lots of expressions, the scenes are fully animated and everything like that. Uh because I kind of feel like that, for all of its faults, the art is probably one of the higher parts of GVH. Obviously it isn't perfect, but it is rather ambitious. But trying to, or having the money to kind of do I guess, a more polished version of that would be really cool.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, once the game comes out, too, once we start seeing sales for it and everything, we can kind of take a look back and see if there's anything we want to improve on, possibly add more animation, stuff like that. But I think, based on the experience that I've had so far, we'd like to try to focus on just getting a good, completed, polished game out, so that we don't kind of end up in development hell trying to add more and more features and whatnot. But the game will keep improving over time. I mean, I don't see any reason, for example, that. Oh, Mo, are you really keeping count, dude? Damn. I don't see any reason that we can't add bonus chapters indefinitely, for example. We can definitely uh, expand on that even post-release.
Yeah, I mean, both of us are pretty much in this for the long haul. I already have like I don't want to call it sequels, but we have ideas planned afterwards. We have stuff planned for this game even once it releases. We have things that we want to improve, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, we're kind of looking to the future, but also trying. I mean, how even just like the demo, part of the reason why it's taken so long, and with the whole feature creep thing, we kind of wanted to make sure that this Steam demo, it didn't just feel like it was like what we've already put out for free for everyone. It feels, I want to say, more special or something, but yeah, kind of, again, to almost like justify its existence like on the Steam.
Yeah, Anne just mentioned here in the comments, she had, me and her had a discussion. She made the art for the 3 devlog main love interests and has them produced as keychains. So, if you want to reach out to her on her Etsy, she has those 3 keychains for sale.
We do plan on like making our own as well.
Very high quality. I bought them.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
bit of a missed opportunity to not have it look like Emily's neck is hanging around the little keychain part.
Oh no.
I'm not saying she would be like hanging. You know, is we seen in the chapters that she has like very strong neck muscles.
The problem is her neck is too long. E1 Emily? No, I just said her neck is too long.
Oh my god, this reminded me of like I think it was like a Microsoft Paint image that I made where it was like, if Emily was gonna hang herself, how would she do it? Is it like at the base of the neck or is at the end of the neck?
For some reason I thought we had that as a sticker. We might have removed that. Either way.
E1, no.
Ah, there it is.
You know, that comment there by that person, that's a very mean comment that someone would leave. I don't know what to think of that type of person. I would never leave that kind of comment.
Look, no, that was a long time ago, dude. I know it says 21 days ago, but it was definitely before that. That's an old screenshot.
Uh-huh.
The Roach joke stopped being funny like 6 months ago. Now we make fun of Roxy.
Yeah, if again, any more questions, we can kind of wrap this up.
Good work.
Thanks, you guys.
Anything else?
A block will not have a block now. Although it is a school on an American campus, so never mind.
Well, it looks like that's just about it then, maybe.
Thank you for coming to my presentation.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys chose us to wrap up your Snoot Con. I had fun. I enjoyed the presentations that I was able to make it here for.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for having us go out on a very, big note, big project, all that. Thank you very much. And is there anything else you guys want to say before I move you back to the audience?
Again, Mr. Russian guy, so the thing with the Steam wish lists is, I don't know the specific, I think it's around, like, for the actual, like, highlighted banner, I'm pretty sure it's like a couple thousand, but once you, like, hit, I think, about 200 wish lists, that's whenever Steam kind of treats you as, like, an actual real game. It's to kind of, prevent your average AI porn slop from, getting up there. But once you hit 200, I'm pretty sure you get, at the very least, the, put into the whole, like, newly released tab on there. And within a day of us putting out the Steam page, we already, like, shot past that. So big shout out to all you guys that wish lists it. If you haven't, we ask that, if you're interested, go ahead and try to wish list it, even if you're gonna wait until the full release, because the wish lists do actually help. Steam has their own little algorithm that you have to deal with, and wish lists are actually they help with that.
I just wishlisted it. Despite what you guys said before, Steam is telling me that this is similar to games that I've played, including Slay the Princess and Undertale.
Yeah, so that's
I'm caught before
caught red-handed.
It's similar to Henry Stickmin for me.
I usually get Wani as the first thing that pops up. In fact,
yeah, that's what I have.
Yeah, when we make the page, it actually kind of asks you, like, for similar games to, like, the categories that you've entered it in.
Mhm.
And I think Wani was the very first thing that popped up. So I think it'll actually be good for both of us. I think there will be, like, kind of a sales synergy that goes on there too. And when Devlog releases, I think Wani will probably see a spike in new players and possibly in this community as well. So I think in general, just having these games like devlog and like what words can't say will hopefully do good to inject more life into the community in the future.
Beware the normies. They're coming. They're coming. But
Somebody
yeah,
let Asmongold know about this so he can stream it.
Hello, I am
This is
Fish.
only going to be good for.
Listen, if there's one person that I have dreams of seeing a playthrough of, it's Seth Seentech. If we can get him to play through this game, my dreams have been completed.
So we know we made it.
Get PewDiePie to play through the game.
He unretires just to come play devlog.
Oh gosh.
We'll get PewDiePie and JonTron to come out of retirement to play the game. They load it up and it's like a 5-second video where they're like, it's really bad, and then they just end it there.
Actually get Boo back.
I mean, JonTron barely puts out videos anymore because he has a family. He's unfortunately committed to the normie lifestyle.
Hey, look, I have a family. I still find time to be a degenerate.
Yeah, but he's like older than us or something. He has like the medals. But yeah, like I said, wishlist it, even if you're not planning on buying it right away. It helps us out. What was really cool to see is whenever we first released the Steam page, if you typed in the name of the game, it would not actually show up. You had to type out the entire name of, if you just typed in devlog, it wouldn't show up. You had to type out the entire name for it to even show up in search results. However, after you guys all wishlisted it, it now actually appears in search results. That's kind of what I was talking about, where after a certain number of wish lists, it starts to treat it as like a real game. So being that was pretty cool.
Do you have a number on how many wish lists we have so far?
Last I checked, and that was like a while ago, we were at like 1,000. So you guys are
Nice.
doing lots of work there.
Doing us proud.
Ironically, becoming a real game also comes with issues as well, because they start to ask for larger cuts, and there's certain rules that your game needs to start to apply to. Although once you hit it really big, ironically, it goes back down. Because I'm pretty sure, if you sell past, I think it's like 5 million copies or something like that, the actual percentage that they take goes down. Otherwise, your EAs and Activision will get very angry.
We have a couple questions here actually about how much the early access release would be. Do you have the final number on that?
I think we currently have it at 20.
That's what I thought. I didn't want to misspeak, but yeah, I think 1999, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. In terms of the language, the only reason why I haven't actually put that there, because again, I don't know how touchy Steam is in regards to stuff like that, because we're having the game reviewed. Both the Russian and the Spanish translations are the old ones. They're not they're technically not up to date yet. I don't even know if they fully work just yet. The Spanish might, because I know that Igni has been working on that, but I'm pretty sure that the Russian is completely out of date, so I'm not even sure if that one would work right now. So I'm keeping it as just English for right now, just because I don't want to I want to add it once it's actually in the game. And yes, anyone who has subscribed to us on Patreon, we'll give you a copy if you've basically already donated the like the amount that the game costs.
Yeah, we do have like a running list of people who will be getting a key once the game comes out. In addition to Patreon, there have been some giveaways and whatnot for people who will be getting a key. And if you're one of those people, don't worry, we haven't forgotten about you. We have a list going on.
Listen, if we sell 5 million copies of Devlog, I will add the Theo route. No 20k needed.
Shit, I'll add the Elliot route for that money.
At that point, I'm pretty sure that we could add like that and the fucking porn up or the sex update.
You guys better start biologically engineering dinosaur GFs at that point.
Oh goodness.
Give me ideas.
Somebody.
Oh my God, if we had, even if it, listen, if we got that many, I would look into like actually creating a physical copy. Someone would sit there.
That'd be awesome.
I mean, later, like once the game fully releases, I wouldn't be opposed to looking into like, simple, like, getting those made or not is not cheap, but like creating some form of physical copy, that would definitely be something that would be kind of cool to do.
Nintendo Switch 2 port when?
We actually want the game to run, unfortunately.
All right. I hate to cut anyone off, but
you good, man.
I'm getting told that some people are getting very tired.
Yep.
So let's wrap it up a little bit so we can end this.
That should be everything from
Good
us.
work.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, thank
All right.
you for listening
Thank you
to
very much.
our seminar.
Thanks for letting me up here too, I guess.
Appreciate everybody.
Thank you, and I'll move you back now. Special thanks to Starman for helping me out today, by the way.
Yeah, no problem. Good work with all this, Lurker. This is almost entirely organized by Lurker, by himself. The other janitors actively shunned him. We helped not even a little bit.
That's true.
We said, you do your own thing, leave.
Special thanks to Starman and Snoog who helped me out on the first 2 days. Thank you all.
Yeah.
And thank you to you, the Snooters, for showing up. We reached, I think on the first day, someone said we reached 90 people at one point.
Yeah.
Gosh. And then the subsequent 2 days we reached, I know we got over 60 on both, which is still pretty good. And I think this year was definitely a lot better than last year, a lot bigger than last year, and let's hope next year's even better. Thank you, everyone. That concludes Snoot Con 2026. Thank you.
Take care.